Jeshua, the Personal Christ, Volume 3. Beloved one, long have you sought me, in your world, in your heavens, in your holy writings, and in the words of your sages. You have sought me in the voice of the wind, in the thunder of the storm, in the majesty of the mountains. You have sought me in all manner of appearance, lo here, lo there. Beloved one, do not seek me in the outer, descrying all signs and portents, making shrines to be worshipped. I am not to be found in signs and appearances. Seek me where I may be found, in the companionship of your heart. The Bible is truth. Beloved one, I have heard you ask about your scriptures, wanting to know the truth about my life and so-called death, and the other teachings and events recorded in your holy book. As you have discerned, there have been many recordings of truth with a small t about my life history and about other historical events. Furthermore, not all teachings and events have been recorded, and you have found discrepancies in some of the writings, which have caused you confusion and consternation. The confusion comes because many of you, as the masters which you are, have recorded your truth, again with a small t, as you understood it or as you desired it to be. The truth, with a capital T, is that I am the Christ. I made a demonstration, which many of you believe in, as an example to show that the Christ is more than the body, and that the body can be resurrected through knowing oneness with the Father. Not all of your brothers and sisters, as you know, follow what is known as the Christian religion, or see any value in the scriptures which you ascribe to. They have their own holy writings, which are their path to coming home. If you will receive it, beloved one, there is no one truth, with a small t about my lifetime. However, there is one great truth, with a capital T about my lifetime, and it is a lifetime which I am living now as you, as the Christ, as the one which we are. It is an author who would sit down to write a novel, and he would portray what comes unto him as a story, making a point, and one story of my life would tell certain events. Another story would tell of other events, and perhaps these stories might not fit together as the lawyer would want them to fit together, and yet they are all truth with a small t. They all speak a language unto ones who will resonate with what is being told in the story, and it will be as a catalyst for their remembrance. That is what is important, remembrance. For you will see dramatizations. I think you are called plays, movies about my life. You have read stories about my life. You have even read the scriptures about my life, as it has been recorded by ones who walked with me, who came after me. It is not important whether one known as Jeshua ben Joseph was born on a certain day or died in a certain fashion. In truth, I did not die. I am here. It is not important whether or not I even expressed in what you would see as a physicality. The importance is what the story does as a catalyst in bringing you unto a place of expanded awareness. You have a belief in linear history, believing that certain events happened or did not happen a long time ago. And yet, time is not linear. For all time is now. What is linear is the connection between two perceived events. As you bring the event right into this present moment, in your memory of the event, where is that which would be past? It is right here, and you can relive it, as many of you do with occurrences which have happened years or months or even days ago. You bring the event up in the memory and you live it over and over. Where is it then? It is not cast back into a dim, forgotten past. It is right here with you. It is the same with my historical lifetime. It is not passed somewhere. It is very much here and now as you bring it forth into your memory, and it serves as the catalyst for expanded understanding. There are many truths with a small t, and the purpose of all the truth is the awakening, the remembrance of all that is. I have my truth about that lifetime. It was a wonderful lifetime, a lifetime of love, of friendship, of physical creativity, understanding, using, transcending physical laws. Yes, I knew the transfiguration, the resurrection, the ascension. Yes, I had a relationship with the one known as Mary, the Magdalene. Yes, I had many friends. But truly, that is not important. What is important is what is happening now as we are living the ongoing life of the one Christ, you and I. All else is, as you say in your word, the small stuff, and you do not need to sweat the small stuff. Read, enjoy, remember. The Beatitudes, Matthew 5, 3-12. Child of our Father, there was a time in which I spoke unto you what has come to be known as the Sermon on the Mount. The mount was a high place, a hill upon which we gathered, so that the multitudes could be seated all around. For by this time many knew of the healings which had taken place, and were anxious to learn of what I would teach. First, a word about the Scriptures which you have now. Know you that what you have recorded in your Holy Bible as to my teaching are someone's note of what they remembered of me saying. The words which you have extant in your Scriptures today, the words ascribed to me, are a compilation of remembrance, cryptic messages often preserved by oral tradition, handed down from one person to another. These messages were originally based on someone's summation of what they heard me teach, similar to the notes you have taken at some of your workshops and lectures. Further, know you that as your Scriptures have been handed down to you, seemingly by others, and yet it has been an evolution in which they have participated, the translations which have been made and the words which have been chosen have often taken a different meaning than that which was originally intended. For example, blessed are the poor in spirit. Now, I did not say poor in spirit. The word which I used meant simple, uncomplicated, uncomplex. Blessed are the simple in spirit. Blessed are the ones who know their simplicity, not their complexity, having no focus upon a world of shoulds and schedules and judgments. For theirs is the kingdom of heaven, as they abide in the realm of uncomplicatedness. This statement did not mean that if you are poor in spirit, then you will gain the kingdom of heaven. It was not that if you do one, then the second part is predicated upon the other, as you would go to a store and purchase it. The second part follows the first as a great truth. For those who are simple of spirit, of heart, abide in the heart and are therefore in the kingdom in that moment. For the kingdom is a state of peace. The kingdom is a state of joy, the very simple joy of oneness. And as you follow the focus of your attention to rest in a state of simplicity, you are blessed, you are happy. Now, you are not blessed by someone outside of you, not by a great God that would be afar off somewhere who would bless you because in that moment you have been good. You are blessed, you are happy because you are abiding in the simplicity of the kingdom of heaven. It is as simple as that. Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. Now, does this not sound as a contradiction? Blessed are they that mourn. How could you be blessed if you are in a state of mourning? And yet it is a statement of great truth. All of you have mourned. You have mourned the passing of loved ones from your sight. You have mourned the passing of a beloved pet. You have mourned the passing of a relationship. You have mourned the loss of an object which was held meaning for you. All of you have known mourning, and blessed are you, for you shall be comforted. In your experience of mourning, in the very intensity of allowing yourself to connect with a feeling of loss, you are asking of yourself, the self with a capital S, to allow you to go beyond appearances and to realize truth, to know oneness, beyond the understanding of the world, with that which has been seemingly lost or taken from you. And the comfort comes with the ability to see with new eyes. Everything which you would feel you have lost is not, in truth, lost to you. For as you will sit and call forth in the mind the one which you love, you still have them with you within you. Every one and everything which you have ever had in your consciousness is always with you. You have been the one, in truth, who has called forth the relationships, the experiences as you have known them, even the objects which you have manifested, and they abide with you. Perhaps not in the form which you have known, but in an extended true form. When one is in a state of mourning, it is because one is asking to be shown, to experience, to come through the momentary limited experience to know oneness. And in that acknowledgement, in that moment of the light dawning, you are comforted and transformed. Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. Blessed are you as you allow the feeling of loss to be replaced, transformed by the acknowledgement and realization of oneness. Then there is comfort. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. This is an encapsulated truth, as are all the beatitudes, as the saints have come to be known, These are very cryptic statements which have levels of meaning. Blessed are the meek. The meek are the ones such as you who set aside time in your consciousness to look a little further, to see beyond the schedule, the activities of the world, to see beyond what the world would dictate to be in importance, and to be able to look with the eyes of the heart. The meek are the ones who are not so wrapped up in their own importance and surety that they know everything. They are the ones who can sit and ask of our Holy Mother the Earth, "Share with me your wisdom and your love." They can speak unto the beautiful flower in its process of unfolding and know oneness as the unfoldment which you are. The meek are the ones who know that all life forms are connected. Blessed are you the meek, for you shall inherit the earth, because you know it to be yours. You know that everything which grows and expresses upon our Holy Mother the earth is as you are, life-expressing. And you inherit all that our Holy Mother the earth has to give, for you take the time to acknowledge and to appreciate her. Blessed are they which do hunger and thirst after righteousness, for they shall be filled. Blessed are you as you hunger and thirst after righteousness. There is a hunger deep within you which wants to know and to remember, to be in alignment with the truth of your being. You have come to a place of saying, "I have tried every way of the world. I have tried everything which has been taught to me, everything which society would share with me, everything which the parents would share with me, and yet there is still an empty feeling. There is still a hunger which has not been satisfied. There must be more." And so you have started out upon a search to find that which will fill the deep hunger for righteousness. Now, what is righteousness? Here again you have an example of how the strict translation of a word misses the full intent of what was said. Your word, righteousness, comes from a word meaning right way or manner, or right wiseness. Further, from the same root as the word for wisdom. Blessed are you who hunger and thirst after true wisdom and the guidance to use it correctly. Blessed are you as you hunger for the inner wisdom, not the wisdom of the world, for you have tried that, and it is temporal. Blessed are you as you hunger and thirst for the true wisdom, for you shall be filled, nourished by the true food, the inspiration and revelations which nourish the soul. Then the hunger is satisfied. So blessed are you as you hunger and thirst after righteousness, true wisdom, and its right useness, for you shall be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. This is a great truth, not said in a bargaining manner that if you would give out mercy unto others, then you would deserve to receive mercy. It is not in an exchange as in a barter or in a bargaining way. As you are merciful unto others, you come unto a place of seeing your brother, your sister, as yourself, and you abide in compassion with them. You are able to walk in another's sandal. You are able to put yourself in their place and to be one with them. And when you are in the place of oneness with another, there is no need for will to come into place and say, "I will be merciful, I will be good." You are in a place of knowing that I and my brother are one. And what my brother has experienced, I have experienced as well, either in what would be seen as other lifetimes or even this lifetime in a slight variation. And I can put myself into my sister's shoes, and I know what she is feeling, and I do not judge. And in that moment you obtain the mercy which you are extending unto another, not because they are giving it unto you, but because you are giving it. You are abiding in the place of mercy. You are abiding in the place of compassion. You are abiding in the place of oneness of self. Blessed truly are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. They shall obtain the understanding of compassion. Compassion. Passion with the other one in communion. The passion of living in communion. That is what mercy is all about. All of the statements known as the Beatitudes are statements of truth. They are not statements of bargains. They are not statements where if you would do the first part, then you will gain enough of the golden points to get to the second part. But rather, if you abide as the first part, the second part naturally follows. If you will know the truth of any of the passages in your scripture, abide with them in the heart. Sit quietly and read over the passage and ask of yourself, what is the deeper meaning? Now truly, all of the statements which you have recorded in your scriptures that are attributed unto me, first of all, have been recorded by someone else as they remembered them to be, and there are statements in your Bible which are attributed unto me that I did not say. And you will be able to discern by abiding in the heart whether these came from the one known as Jeshua ben Joseph, or if they were added at a later time to make a point. Then abide with the statements which ring true, and ask of them to reveal to you their deeper, fuller truth. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Again, this is a statement of truth, not in a bargaining sense. Blessed are those who are pure in heart, for they behold God in everything and every one. Those who are pure of heart abide in love, and they look out upon a world transformed, a world of love. Yes, they will see brothers and sisters who may be going through confusion, times of turmoil, times which will call forth compassion. But those who are pure of heart abide as the holy child, and look upon everything with the eyes of love. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they look upon everyone and everything and see only the Christ. From the purity of your heart know yourself to be the expression of God, and know that everyone who stands in front of you is the expression of God, whether they know it or not. It is for you to know it and to hold the vision, and in time it will transform the world. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. As you allow yourself to abide in peace and to see past the constriction and confusion of the world, as you hold the peace in your heart, it is a healing balm which is poured out over the turmoil of the world. The very vibration of light which you emanate in each moment is felt and registered by ones next to you and far, and even by ones unseen. Your vibration of light permeates the whole fabric of life expression. So, as you abide in peace, as you acknowledge whose child you are, the blessed energy is seen and felt even in the activity of the world. For none of you is isolated one from another, even though the bodies would speak of separation. The energy which you are blends and intermingles with everyone else's seemingly unique expression of energy, and every vibration which you allow to be extended from you in every moment is felt and registered by all of your brothers and sisters, no matter how far away you would seem them to be. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. Not only called, but known to be children of the one God. Known by others, yes, but more importantly, known by that child himself or herself. Abide in peace. Allow it to spread out as a healing balm upon this world, which now cries out for harmony and love. Blessed are they which are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Happy are you as you follow the inner wisdom and its right useness. For your knowing shall be as a refuge against all the voices of the world, and your faith shall be unshakable as it is anchored in the remembrance of home, heaven, as your true dwelling place. Blessed are you, when men shall revile you and persecute you, and shall say all manner of evil against you falsely for my sake. Happy are you as you live your life untouched by others' opinions and judgments about you, because you have found my teachings to resonate with the truth long forgotten and yet well kept in your heart. Rejoice and be exceedingly glad, for great is your reward in heaven, for so persecuted they the prophets which were before you. Happy are you, and great is your reward in heaven, not as a place of time afar off, but right now as you are abiding in peace and love for all. For so persecuted they are the wise ones who found truth in other times. You are the wise one now in this time, for you know heaven as you abide in a consciousness of love. Verily I say unto you, beloved friend, you are the Blessed One. The New Beatitudes. In a time seemingly long ago it was asked of me, Rabbi, how does one live the blessed life? How does one live happy in accordance with God? And I spoke with you what has come to be known in your Scriptures as the Beatitudes. Blessed are they. And you have recorded in your Scripture the notes which several remembered from the discourse of that time. Beloved friend, I would give unto you this day new Beatitudes in a language that is of this time. Today I would speak plainly with you, and I would say to you first of all, Blessed are you as you will abide in a place of non-judgment, a place of openness, a place where you acknowledge that you do not know enough to judge, and you ask for the higher understanding. I will suspend judgment and allow myself to see through the eyes of the Father, not to see with the human eyes which have been so trained to be reactionary. I will allow myself to be in a space of the Father, who does not judge. I will just behold. Blessed are you as you become again the little child who does not have all the teachings of the world. Blessed are you as you are spontaneous, questioning, wanting to know. What is this all about, this life experience? Who are you? Who am I? Blessed are you, happy are you, as you allow yourself to be again the natural child who has not been shaped, constricted, formed to the world, but knows itself to be free. To be the child of the Father. Blessed are you as you remember the feeling of the little child who knows that he or she is loved of the Father. Become again as a little child. Blessed are you as you are willing to be the friend to another. For as you are willing to be a friend to another, you know friendship for yourself. If you desire to have a friend, you have a saying, be a friend. For as you are willing to set aside small self and to look deep within the eyes of another one to say, I recognize who you are, then you know true friendship, for friends are equals. Friends know each other to be the holy child of the Father. Blessed are you as you'll give forth compassion. Passion means to feel, to be alive with deep emotion. And to be compassionate means to be with another one in their passion. So as you are willing to experience true compassion, to be at one with another and understand their feeling, you also know passion for yourself, and your life comes alive with deeper passion. Blessed are you as you acknowledge the source of your being, as you acknowledge the source of your prosperity, as you acknowledge the source of the health of your body. Blessed are you when you acknowledge that the source is within, the Father, the life energy, the Spirit of you, and will withdraw your worry from the world. For the world will speak to you of lack and limitation, and you do not feel blessed in that place. You feel hounded on all sides. Blessed are you as you will abide in the dwelling place of your source. Blessed are you as you will seek after wisdom, and will allow that wisdom to take you past the beliefs of the world. Blessed, happy, free are you as you are guided by divine wisdom, which does not acquiesce to the limitations of world belief. Blessed are you as you will seek after truth. Wisdom will allow you to begin the search for truth. It allows you to open a door to ongoingness of life. And you will understand that the truth of one lifetime is but that, the truth of that lifetime. And the truth of another lifetime is but that. But what runs through all the lifetimes is the truth of your being. That truth is what has allowed you to manifest the experience and to know the lifetimes. Blessed are you as you will seek after truth, for you will find it. Blessed are you as you are willing to live in the now moment, not worrying about what has been, not judging self for how you could have done something better, could have done it better, should have done it better. Blessed are you as you will live in the now moment, not worrying about the future. Blessed are you as you will give the future over to the Father, saying, Father, I know that you are with me now, here in this now moment, and I know that you will be with me wherever and whenever I go. Blessed are you, happy are you as you will allow yourself to live in the now moment, free of the constraints of past and future. Blessed are you as you will remember and acknowledge the Father's love. Blessed are you as you will acknowledge here and now, I am the blessed one, the happy one, the lucky one. How fortunate I am. Get you up in every morning with that saying. It will transform your day. I am the lucky one. Lucky not because someone outside of you has decreed you have won a great gamble, but lucky because you are the luck, the light. Your word lucky is akin to a far distant root word, lux, meaning light. These are your new beatitudes. Blessed are you as you will meditate upon and live from the space of true blessedness, acknowledging the Father in all that you do. You are His most wonderful and only creation. Blessed are you, beloved child. The Sermon on the Mount, Matthew 5:13 through 37. As word of my teachings and healings spread afar, many came to hear and be with me. So many that it would be necessary to find a place large enough where ones could gather around. And so, in this day which is recorded in your holy scripture, I had gone out of town into the countryside, and the multitudes followed. For indeed at this point I had facilitated so many healings which seemed to be of miraculous nature, that I had a bit of a good press, word of mouth, which said, "This is one you will want to hear more from. You will want to go and be in his company to learn from him. You may even want to ask him to heal," and so they did. After I had spoken about the blessed ones, I talked with you on that day, as we often do in our gathering now, with questions and answers. And what you have recorded in your scriptures are the answers, the cryptic answers. Ye are the salt of the earth, and you are. I say that to you this day, you are the salt of the earth. You are the liveliness of the Father. You are life, the great Spirit of life. You are the salt of the earth. But if the salt has lost its savor, wherewith shall it be salted? It is thenceforth good for nothing, but to be cast out, and to be trodden under foot. For if your seasoning, your salt, has no saltiness to it, it is as the grains of sand on the beach. You would not eat the sand. Now if the Spirit, the seasoning, has gone out of your life, how do you put it back? You go back to the source, back to the truth of your being, back to the lucky one, back to the beatitudes which we have been speaking of, and you begin to count your blessings. You begin to count how lucky you are, and the seasoning comes back, the zest comes back into your life. You are the reason for living. Life is of your making. Season it well and enjoy it. Go out on the boat, feel the air, the wind, and the hair. Go out on the cycle and feel the wind brushing the hair, blowing it back. Feel the sunshine. Feel the dew, if you go out early enough, upon the blades of grass. Allow yourself to revel in life. This was my answer to ones who came and said to me, "But Rabbi, Master, life is so complicated. It is so heavy. What is it all about? Why are we here? Why do I have to struggle to put food on the table for my little ones? Why are the taxes so high? There is oppression and the threat of oppression. The Roman soldiers are going to come and take over my village. They are going to take my crops, etc. What is good about life?" That was the question, and I answered, "You are the salt of the earth. You are what is good about life. You have my cryptic answer in your scriptures." Then I went on to say, "You are the light of the world," and you are. You are the light, the Father, the radiance come forth into this realm of experience. That is what you have agreed to do. You have said, "I will be a light. I will let my light shine. I will be radiant at least once or twice in my life, and I hope you haven't used up your quota." Now truly I jest with you. You are the light of the world. A city that is set on a hill cannot be hid. In other words, as you allow the radiance to be felt within you, and you are living as the seasoning, the Spirit of life, your light cannot be hid from the brothers and sisters. It shines as a great beacon. I exhort you to come alive in that light. That is what I was saying then. That is what I am saying now. Allow yourself to know that you are the light. Neither do men light a candle and put it under a bushel, but on a candlestick, and it giveth light unto all that are in the house. Let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works. In other words, they may see your radiance, your joy in living, and glorify your Father which is in the state of lightness and joy, the state of heaven. I was saying to ones, yes, you have problems in the world. Always throughout the lineage of the understanding of what the world is about, you are going to have and see problems. But you are also going to see that you are the ones who can change all that. You are the ones who can go with a lucky step, a happy heart, even though there may be a high taxation or weather conditions which come and wreak a havoc on the crops, or threatening political, philosophical gatherings who want to see things differently than you do. So what? You are the lucky ones. You are the child of the Father. That is what I was saying then, and that is what I am saying to you now. Let your light shine, and let heaven be known on earth. Then there was a question about the law as it was written in the Scriptures, which we had at that point, those writings which you now call the Old Scriptures. And there was a question about the law and the prophecies, for what I was teaching seemed to be somewhat different and radical. I was saying that life is good. I was saying there is love. I was saying you do not have to be afraid of another one. You can take the deep breath and you can live as the Father, the extension of the Father in this realm. So ones came and asked the question, But what about the law and keeping to the strictness of the law? And what about the prophecies? Was I here as a prophecy, or were they to believe other prophecies, as you have in this day and time of pending disasters? The prophecies that the age is coming to an end, that the world is going to cease, and there is going to be a new heaven and a new earth. You see, this was prophesied in that day and time as well. For it was then an ending of an age, a time of change, a time of changing of the thinking. And so there were the prophets of doom and gloom who said, "You see, the crops have failed, therefore it is the beginning of the end. You had better make everything right with your God, you had better attend to the laws, etc." So I said, "Think not that I come to destroy the law or the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill." In other words, to give fuller meaning to the law, to let you have a glimpse, an understanding, a revelation about what the law, even in its most strict, constrained form, is about. All of the laws, man-made laws, and even as what have in the scriptures of the philosophical laws, are as direction pointers. They point in a certain direction as you have been on the journey of seeking, of wanting to come home. Every law is just a pointer, as you would see the finger which points in a certain direction, or a signpost which points in a certain direction. That is what the laws are about. I came to fulfill the law. I came to give you fuller understanding, to allow you to say, yes, this law has a grain of truth within it. So what is it really about? Also to the prophets and the prophecies. What are the prophecies all about? What is the fuller understanding? You are not going to see the ending of the world or this o'er-holy mother, the earth, in a great cataclysm. You are going to see the ending of the world as you know it, yes, through the transformation of your own understanding and your own realization of who has made the world and who has made the planet upon whom you walk and share life experience. But you are not going to see a great catastrophe such as some have prophesied. You don't have to walk the rest of your life in fear. Allow yourself to fulfill the prophecies. In other words, to take the fuller understanding. For verily I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass, one jot and one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law, till all will be fulfilled. In other words, nothing of the strict law is going to be passed away until you have the fuller understanding of it. Then the law passes away, for it will no longer be needed. Whosoever therefore shall break one of these least commandments, and shall teach men so, he shall be called the least in the kingdom of heaven. As you are abiding in a place of little understanding, the least of the commandments, you are not going to be in the kingdom of heaven. You are going to be still in constriction, fear, worry, doubt, confusion. And as you teach others the constriction, fear, worry, either by word or example, then you continue to dwell in that consciousness as you give forth the teaching, and others have the opportunity then to be in that place also. But whosoever shall do and teach him, the same shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven. You shall be great, not puffed up as in the ego sense, but great meaning immense, vast, unlimited, in the kingdom of heaven, because you will be abiding in heaven yourself, knowing the fuller understanding. For I say unto you, that except your righteousness shall exceed the righteousness of the scribes and the Pharisees, ye shall in no case enter into the kingdom of heaven. Now the scribes and the Pharisees had it all down in that day and time, what the law was about and what the prophecies were, and they knew it all. It had to be handed down to them. They had it written and rewritten, copied and recopied, and they could tell you exactly where you were transgressing, if you did not even breathe correctly. But your righteousness, I say unto you then, and I say unto you now, must exceed their righteousness, otherwise you shall not know heaven. If you are so busy looking to the letter of the law, watching every detail and being worried should you transgress, you cannot be abiding in the place of heaven, the place of peace. Then there was another question asked which had to do with killing. And I said, You have heard it said, that it was said by them of old time, Thou shalt not kill, and whosoever shall kill shall be in danger of the judgment. But I say unto you. Now, they were asking about killing because of the various slayings by the Roman soldiers who were in the countryside. There were occasions when ones were requested to release the body. Notice how I put that. Requested to release the body. There were also the roving bandits who wanted of you the material possession, the gold coin, and if it did not suit them, they also would make motivation for you to release the body. So there were ones, as in this day and time, who were releasing the body through very quick, violent means. Whosoever shall kill shall be in danger of judgment. The judgment, as it was asked in the question, had to do with eternal judgment and damnation. The belief that God would forever send you to a place where you would be purified over and over and over by the fires of hell. The truth of the statement is that if you request from another one to release their body, you are going to keep yourself in judgment as you understand the appearance and outcome of that choice. So there is judgment, yes, and you may carry the perception of what has happened throughout other lifetimes with you as certain baggage. You have come unto this lifetime with certain baggage of perception, certain core beliefs which you carry, certain beliefs which you are now in the process of re-examining and looking to a fuller understanding. But I say unto you, I said this then, and I say this now, that whosoever is angry with his brother shall be in danger of the judgment, and whosoever shall say to his brother, Raka, a word of condemnation, shall be in danger of the council. But whosoever shall say, Thou fool, shall be in danger of hell fire. In truth, you will be in danger of the judgment, for when you are angry with someone, where is that anger? What is happening in your consciousness? You are the one who is in judgment. You are judging them. You are judging yourself, and you are in the place of hell fire. Therefore, if thou brings thy gift to the altar, and you remember that thy brother has aught against thee, or that you have aught against your brother, in other words, if you come and you are still thinking about what he said to me, or what they said to me, or what they did last night, leave the gift before the altar and go thy way. First be reconciled unto the brother. In other words, go within and ask, what is truly going on? How do I feel about the other one? Why do I feel that way? What do I feel I need? For it always comes from a place where you feel there's an emptiness, a hole, a lack of love. In truth, what is happening is, I want to know more love. It has nothing to do with them. In truth, it has nothing to do with them. It has everything to do with a perceived hole, an emptiness which you are looking for someone else to somehow fill, or you are asking the world to be a better place, or the neighbors to be more considerate, or the biological siblings to love you more, understand you better, etc. It comes from the place of wanting to feel and know holiness, to know how loved you are. Then when you reach the place of reconciliation, the place where you understand, I am loved, so greatly loved of the Father that it matters not what anyone else does, I don't have to worry about that. I am the lucky one. I am so loved. Then bring your gift to the altar. For indeed, already when you come to that place of reconciliation, that place where you know yourself to be whole, already you have put the gift upon the altar. Agree with thine adversary quickly while you are with him. For indeed, if you do not agree with him while you are with him, you are going to carry the argument with you wherever you go. Therefore agree with thine adversary quickly, whilst thou art in the way with him, lest at any time the adversary deliver thee to the judge. In other words, as you are carrying with you all the feeling of non-agreement, you have taken yourself to the judge. You are already standing before judge and jury and sentencing yourself, and you are already cast into prison. Verily I say unto thee, thou shalt by no means come out of the prison of that judgment till thou hast paid the uttermost farthing. We are speaking here not of a prison made with walls. We are speaking here of a prison of your own judgment. You will not come out of the prison until you have paid the uttermost farthing, not until you have gone within again and looked to see what is underlying the judgment. What do I feel I need? What is missing? What do I feel is lacking? It always comes back to the untrue self-image. Then there was another question which was asked. It had to do with adultery. You have heard it said, Thou shalt not commit adultery. For you see, the Sermon on the Mount, as it has come to be called, was a discussion in that afternoon which went on into the evening, of the laws and the commandments and the 10 commandments as you know them now. Thou shalt not commit adultery, but I say unto you, that whosoever looketh on a woman to lust after her hath committed adultery with her already in his heart. In other words, it doesn't have to be the physical act. It is the thought which detours you from the focus of the truth of your being. You have strayed from the straight and narrow. The question to be examined is, what would you seek to gain by the act of adultery or the lustful thought? What would it fulfill that you have not in truth? So I went on to say in a certain symbolic way, that if thy right eye offend thee, pluck it out and cast it from thee. In other words, if your thoughts are leading you from the one focus of knowing and realizing and expressing the truth of your being, cast that thought out, cut it out. You have the saying in this day and time, cut it out. That's all it means. I did not mean for you to physically take out the eye. If you take out the eye, where is the thought? It is still the same. It is the thought which you want to cast aside. You want to first understand it, then you can release it easily. For it is profitable for thee that one of thy members should be perish, and not that thy whole body should be cast into hell. In other words, quickly catch the subtle thought which says, I don't have, I am not, I need, whatever I am perceiving someone else to have or to be. And release that thought quickly before the rest of your consciousness be cast into the hell of false desire. And again, another example. If thy right hand offend thee, cut it off, and cast it from thee. For it is profitable for thee that one of thy members should perish, and not that thy whole body should be cast into hell. I see that one who made the notes of my messages was quite taken with that revelation, since they wrote it down twice. It has been said, Whosoever shall put away his wife, let him give her her writing of divorcement. But I say unto you, that whosoever shall put away his wife, saving for the cause of fornication, causes her to commit adultery. This was in a day and time when a wife was looked upon as a possession, the same as the cow, the cattle, the sheep. Anything which was owned as a man would own something. You have seen a bit of revolution which has come into this day and time, where those of you activating the female body have said, the spirit of me is equal to any spirit which activates a male body, and if you don't believe that, I'll show you. The law was that whosoever should put away his wife for whatever reason, perhaps you wanted a younger one, a stronger one, etc., would give her a writing of divorcement which said in effect, I no longer own you, someone else can have you. But I say to you, that whosoever shall put away the wife, saving for the cause of fornication. Now that part was put in there because it was believed that man would plant his seed in woman, such as you would plant the seed out of the field. The woman would nurture it within the body, and allow it to be born. It came forth from the woman, therefore she had to have some part in it, but it wasn't seen to be a great part. The lineage of the family was seen to be important. Therefore, if a man felt that he had planted his seed within a woman, and she was going to give birth to it, he wanted to say, that is my lineage, and claim it as a possession. So it was something which was guarded. It was something which was seen to be of value in the world belief. But I say to you, saving for the cause of fornication, sexual intercourse other than between a man and his wife, causes her to commit adultery, and whosoever shall marry her that is divorced committeth adultery. Now, what I spoke in that day and time was radical. What I am speaking in this day and time is radical as well. For I took the commandment one step further than the law, and I said, Look, even if you give her a writ of divorcement, you are causing her, if she still loves you, to commit adultery. And anyone who marries her is committing adultery because she still loves you. No matter that you put it in writing that you want to get rid of her, I said, wake up and smell the roses. Look at love. That is your touchstone. That is the bottom line. So we had quite a discussion about adultery, and you have a piece of discussion in your scripture, just a piece. Then there was another question which asked about swearing an oath, such as, I swear unto you that this is true. I swear by all my ancestors, by the spirit of my ancestors, etc. And ones wanted to know, what was the most powerful oath? In other words, if I swear to you by my ancestors, if I swear to you by the spirits of my ancestors, if I swear to you by the gods, etc., which oath is the strongest? That was the question which was asked. It was sort of like playing one-upmanship. I swear to you. Well, I'll better that one. I'll swear to you by, etc. Again you have heard that it hath been said by them of old time, Thou shalt not forswear thyself. In other words, I'm not going to say, I swear on my word, because you are not going to take my word. I'm going to have to pick somebody else with a little more authority. It has been said, Thou shalt not forswear thyself, but shalt perform unto the Lord thine oath. In other words, I swear by God Almighty. But I say unto you, swear not at all, neither by heaven, for it is God's throne, nor by the earth, for it is his footstool, neither by Jerusalem. That was my favorite. I swear by Jerusalem. It is still used in this day and time. For it is the city of great king. Neither shalt thou swear by the head, because thou canst not make one hair white or black. But let your communication be, Yea, yea, nay, nay, for whatsoever more than these cometh of evil. In other words, anything more said can lead to confusion and further argument, so let your communication be a simple yes or no. This is some of what we talked about that day on the mountain. What you have recorded are my answers, and only a bit of my answer at that. And those of your brothers and sisters who will take the holy words and go by just what those words are missing the fulfillment of the law and of the words. The Sermon on the Mount, Part 2, Matthew 5:38-48, and 6:1-18. Now to continue with the messages we shared on the mountainside. The mountain was not your Mount Everest, but it was higher than a small hill, with a natural amphitheater where one could be seated around it, and we had what you call in this day a time a rap session. And what you have recorded in your holy scriptures, known as the Sermon on the Mount, are the answers which were given to the questions. For indeed ones came to me and asked me questions the same as you have done and continue to do in this day and time. Master, Rabbi, what is good about life? How do I live this life knowing the abundance of the Father? What is truly important? What about all the thorny questions of the world? For indeed at that time there were the thorny questions as well as now. If someone does something to me, how should I respond? I have a brother-in-law who has always been mean to me. Every time I see him, he is very nasty in what he said. I have co-workers who take great delight in pointing out what they think is wrong with me. I have a mate who never seems to be happy with me. I've had a brother take some of my possessions from me, etc. They've asked the questions of the world. And I answered, Ye have heard it said, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. In other words, if somebody is nasty to you, then you are allowed to be nasty to them. If someone steals from you, then you are allowed to steal from them. If someone is going to do bodily harm to you, then you are allowed to do bodily harm to them. That is what has been said. But I say unto you, that you resist not evil, but whosoever shall smite thee on the right cheek, turn to him the other also. In other words, do not be caught up in what you see as being wrong. And if any man will sue thee at the law, and take away thy coat, let him have thy cloak also. Say to him, Here, have it. I know where this came from, I can make more. You are the one who manifests the garments which you wear. You are the one who manifests whatever you are experiencing. And whosoever shall compel thee to go a mile, go with him 2 miles. It was the law in that day that you could be compelled by an authority, the Romans, to go a mile with them to carry their baggage. You as an ordinary person seemed to be a bit lower in the caste system, could be asked to be a servant to them. So I answered that. If one would ask you to go a mile, which was the law at that time, go to and be jolly about it. Give to them that asketh thee, and from him that would borrow of thee turn not away. Freely you have been given of the Father's abundance, and freely give. Do not focus on what you have judged to be wrong, or even what the world would allow you to say was wrong. Do not focus on the nasty words which another has spoken to you. Do not feel the victim if another one asks you to do something for them. If someone says something nasty to them, give them a smile. They will wonder what is going on. If someone takes something from you, give it to them freely. If they would borrow from you, say, Yes, of course, I have more where this came from. Give it to them freely. If someone requires of you that you work overtime, say, Yes, of course. I am here as a servant of my Father. I have agreed that I will be upon this earth in the reality for a time interval, and during that time, in truth, it matters not whether I labor in the fields, or if I labor within the office, or if I labor within the schoolroom, or if I labor at the seamstressing, etc. What matters is how I do the work. And why does that matter? Because it matters to you. You are the one who has to live with your attitude and consciousness. Therefore say unto another one, Freely I give to you my time, for in truth I give it to the Father. Then there was another question which had been asked, and the answer was, Ye have heard that it had been said, Thou shalt love thy neighbor and hate thine enemy. Sounds a bit like this day and time. I love all those who are my group who think like I do, all those who are my political persuasion, or all those who go to my church, etc. But I say unto you, love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you and persecute you. Why? Because again, you are the one living in your consciousness. You are the one who is either going to be living in heaven as you bless the other ones, or living in hell as you hold the other ones accountable for whatever you are judging them to be guilty of. Love your neighbor. Love those who think like you do, or of course, and love those who think differently, and allow yourself the opportunity then to delve a bit deeper into what all the adventure is about. For those who are of another mind, and they may be very, very intensely into it, and want you to be in it with them, are your teachers. They have come to show you the whole smorgasbord of the creative holy child, and all that what the child will put on the table to sample. It doesn't mean that you have to eat the whole soup tureen of green pea soup if you don't like green pea soup, but you can taste it so at least you know what it is, and then celebrate the creativity of the smorgasbord. But I say unto you, love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you and persecute you, that you may be the children of your Father which is in heaven. In other words, you will know the joy of living in the consciousness of heaven. Let others be about their business if it is the business of judgment, the business of despitefully using others. Let that be where they are, but choose you to be the child of your Father and to dwell in heaven. For he maketh his sun to rise on the evil and on the good, and sendeth rain on the just and on the unjust. Your Father sees everyone equally. Your Father does not see even the unjust, for that is a judgment of the world. The Father only looks upon the holy child at play. For if ye love them which love you, what reward have you? Do not even the publicans the same? In other words, the unawakened ones. Do not even the unawakened ones do such? And if you salute your brethren only, what you do more than others? Do not even the unawakened ones the same? Be you therefore perfect, even as your Father which is in heaven is perfect. Remember that you are perfect, and abide in heaven with your Father. Take heed that you do not do your alms before men, to be seen of them. Otherwise you have no reward of your Father which is in heaven. In other words, you don't have to make a great show of your charity and your good deeds, for if you do, where is the focus of your attention? Upon the goodness you are doing, not upon your Father in heaven. Therefore, when thou doest thine alms, do not sound a trumpet before thee, as the hypocrites do in the synagogues and in the streets, that they may have glory of men. Verily I say unto you, they have their reward. If you sound your trumpet and you say, Look how good I am, you have your reward right then. It is temporal and fleeting. Next day you have to do something even greater to keep the attention of the world. But when thou doest alms, let not thy left hand know what thy right hand doeth, that thine alms may be in secret, and the Father which seeth in secret himself shall reward thee openly. When you give a gift to anyone, a gift of love, a gift of service, a gift of tangible goods, if you make a great show of it, your focus is upon that show, and you have your reward right then and there. But if you give out love and joy, caring not whether anyone knows about it, you have your reward in your heart. And it will be seen openly, because there will be a peace and a radiance about you, a knowing of love which has flowed through you and has touched you in the process. It will be quite obvious, and yet you have not sought it for the reasons. This has to do with focus. If you are focusing upon reward, you will get the reward, but it will be passing. If you are focusing upon love and service to another one because you are in love with them, in oneness with them, you have the greatest reward of all, for you know heaven. And when thou prayest, thou shalt not be as the hypocrites are, for they love to pray standing in the synagogues and on the corner of the street, that they may be seen of men. Verily I say unto you, they have their reward. But thou, when thou prayest, enter into thy closet. Go within yourself to the sacred place of the heart, the place of true communion. And when thou hast shut the door, in other words, shutting out all the world thoughts, all the activity of the world mind, all the chatter, pray to thy Father which is in secret, which is within. and thy Father which seeth in secret shall reward thee openly. You will have your reward in knowing the divine grace of peace, of having touched the place of true communion. And I say unto you that once you have touched the place of true communion, never will you be the same in the world again. You cannot be. But when you pray, use not vain repetition as the heathen do, for they think that they shall be heard for their much speaking. Does this happen in your day and time? Be not ye therefore like unto them, for your Father knoweth what things you have need of before you ask him. In other words, let your words be yes, yes, and no, no. Keep a simplicity about your words, even in speaking with your Father. You do not have to use the King James Version to speak to your Father. You do not have to use all the lofty religious words. You do not have to search about to find just the right way to explain everything to the Father, so that perhaps he will understand what you need. Speak with simplicity, the desire of your heart. For indeed the speaking is not important except for you to have clarity about that which you would ask for. For the Father knoweth already that which you need. Then I was asked, well, how should we pray to the Father, this Father that you tell us of? How do I talk to him? And I said, after this manner therefore pray you. And I gave forth an example which has come to be known as the Lord's Prayer. Then there was a question about a ritual which was greatly favored as a religious spiritual practice in that day and time. It is also something which is done in this day and time. There was a question about fasting. Have you tried it? Yes, you have tried it. In truth, you have fasted through the night, and then you broke the fast in the morning. You see, it is no biggie. So if anyone asks of you, have you fasted? You say, yes, of course, I do it every night. Moreover, when you fast, be not as the hypocrite of sad countenance, for they disfigure their faces, that they may appear unto men to fast. In other words, it's a serious business. I must look properly serious, a long countenance. Now those of you who have tried fasting for a length of period have felt a certain lightness which has come after a period of fasting. These ones who would make such a show of fasting, I say unto you, did not actually know it. For had they had known true fasting, they would have felt a certain well-being. Verily I say unto you, they have their reward. But thou, when thou fast, anoint thy head. In other words, wash your hair. Don't go with a long countenance and dirty hair and say, how wonderfully holy I am denying the body. Anoint thy head and wash thy face, that thou appear not unto men to fast, but unto thy Father which is in secret within. That is what in secret means, within. And thy Father which seeth in secret shall reward thee openly. Again, the reward will be in the change in consciousness within you, for you will know a peace which goes beyond world understanding. I would suggest you try fasting from the physical food once in a while just for the experience of it, not because it will make you any more holy, for you are already holy, not because it is going to make you any more spiritual, for you are already spiritual, and not because you are going to get 100 gold stars in heaven. You already have more than 100 gold stars. But more important than fasting from the physical food is for you to fast from judgment, from limited self-image, from the temptation to say that there could be anything wrong with yourself or others. Allow yourself a detachment even from the body of thoughts which would suggest to you that you have to keep feeding the body of thought the negative judgments. Allow yourself to remember once again that you are the master of your thoughts. You are the master of your body. You are the master of all you experience. Sermon on the Mount, Part 3, Matthew 6, 19 through 34, 7, 1 through 27. One of the persons gathered that day on the mount was a man who wanted to know what to do with some golden coins which he had. He had made a bit of a profit in his business, and he wanted to know, should he invest in his brother's business and expand the business? For indeed the brother wanted him to do that. Or should he put it into his own business and expand it? Or should he put it into buying land? So he asked me, Rabbi, what should I do? And I answered him, Lay not up for yourself treasures upon earth, where moth and rust doth corrupt, and where thieves break through and steal. But lay up for yourself treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust doth corrupt, and where thieves do not break in nor steal. For where your treasure is, there will be your heart also. In other words, as you are focusing upon the worldly possessions, where is your attention? It is upon the material possessions, upon the world value, and that is what you are going to want to save, and that is where your energy is going to be. If you focus upon the temporal, it is passing, it changes. For example, if you invest in your stock market and you see the value of your stock go down, you say, woe is me. And perhaps you call your broker and you sell the stock because you do not want it any longer and lose any more. And what happens on the next day? That particular stock may rise again, and again you say, woe is me. For where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. Now, treasure is not just golden coins. It is anything or anyone upon whom you place value and perceive need. For indeed, if your treasure be in a relationship or in your employment, there you are going to have your focus of attention and your energy, and you are going to want to save that relationship or employment no matter what. Again, if you will look upon relationship in a world view, it is temporal and is passing and it changes. Holy relationship does not change. That is where you acknowledge the Christ of another one and you love that which one is, and you allow them the freedom to be with you, to play with you, or to go and play with someone else. You do not hold them to you. The light of the body is the eye. If therefore thy eye be single, the whole body shall be full of light. In other words, that which you look for you will find. As you are focusing upon light, you are going to see light, and your whole body of thought will be light. But if thine eye be evil, the whole body shall be full of darkness. Now, where you see the word evil, allow yourself to translate that to duality. Not single, but seeing multiple focus, scattered focus, based in the belief in duality, the belief in separation, the belief that there is more than one power and presence as you. So when the eye begins to see duality, multiple focus, you begin to see some things that are not too light-hearted, not too light. You begin to see challenges. You begin to see worries. You begin to see what-ifs and possible problems, and the light begins to be diminished in your consciousness. You begin to see a patch of darkness here, a possible darkness there. But if thine eye be single, and you are looking for the light, then you are going to see light. You are going to feel light, and you are going to be light-hearted about everything which you encounter and experience. If therefore the light that is in thee be darkness, how great is that darkness? In other words, if you begin to focus on what could be wrong, what is wrong, what might be wrong, and it feels not light but dark and heavy, how dark your life is going to be, because as you focus upon what is wrong, it is easier to see something else which is wrong, and each wrong compounds itself. And before you know it, you have lost the awareness of light. Therefore, keep your focus upon which is good and true and beautiful, that which is eternal, that which is of heaven, and the rest will take care of itself. Then the man went on to ask me, but I want to use the golden coins in a way that will serve not only me. I don't want to get caught up in the focus of it, but I want to allow it to be of service for the brothers and sisters as well. I want it to be of some eternal value. His question was a yes, but. Yes, I agree with what you have said, but. And I said unto him, no man can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or else he will hold to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve God and mammon. Know you the meaning of mammon? It means the material possessions. Again, it has to do with focus. You cannot serve two masters at the same time, even though you would want to justify the one by the other and say that you value each equally. You cannot serve both God, the eternal, and mammon, the world. Again, it has to do with focus and energy. Therefore I say unto you, take no thought for your life, what you shall eat, what you shall drink, nor yet for your body, what you shall put on. Is not the life more than meat, and the body more than raiment? You do not have to worry about what you are going to put on the body. You do not have to worry about what you are going to put into the body. For indeed always the creative holy child is going to manifest for himself or herself exactly what you need to keep the body functioning. But you do have to be concerned about what you put into the consciousness, for that feeds the soul. Then I went on to say, behold the fowls of the air, for they sow not, neither do they reap, nor gather in barns, yet your heavenly Father feedeth them. Are you not of more value than they? Which of you by being anxious can add 1 cubit to his stature? In other words, you have had worries and concerns, maybe about the dwelling place, maybe about relationship, maybe about your job, your profession, maybe about how you'd be taken care of, maybe about how you're going to take care of those you feel responsible for. And all that worrying, did it bring you any sense of peace? Just the opposite, for worry feeds upon worry. By all of that worry, could you change any of the physical attributes? Could you add a cubit? Now what was a cubit? As it was written in the Holy Scripture, it meant a measurement from the elbow to the tip of the middle finger, which is not an exact measurement, for it could vary from person to person, but it was an approximate measurement. There are those of you who have said, I am not tall enough in this lifetime. I would like to be a bit taller. And those of you who have felt too tall have wanted to be a bit shorter. All of you are worrying and concerned about it. Has it changed your height? Not much, no. And why take you thought for raiment? Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow. They toil not, neither do they spin. And yet I say unto you, that even Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these. Solomon was a king in your history who had all the riches at his fingertip. He had the most beautiful raiment anyone could make for him, and yet the lilies, most beautiful in their simplicity. Wherefore, if God so clothe the grass of the field, which today is and tomorrow is cast into the oven, shall he not much more clothe you, of ye little faith? Therefore take no thought, saying, What shall we eat, or what shall we drink, or wherewithal shall we be clothed? For after all these things do the Gentiles, the unawakened, seek. For your heavenly Father knoweth that you have need of these things. But seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. In other words, go back to the source of your being. Seek ye first the eternal truth of, Who am I? I am my Father's holy child. I am life itself. Seek ye first the kingdom and its right understanding and right use, and then all of these other things will be added unto you as a natural consequence. Take therefore no thought for the morrow shall take thought for the things of itself. In other words, you will have enough things tomorrow to think about. You do not have to worry about them today. There is a great habit in this day and time of trying to solve all of tomorrow's problems and challenges today. To be ready for tomorrow. It comes out of a consciousness which believes it is separate from its source, a consciousness which believes it has to be prepared to protect the Holy Child. Now, in truth, the Holy Child needs no protection. You do not have to worry about protecting, defending your holy self. The separated ego will give you the message that you must figure out what is going on and what is probably going to be happening on the morrow, and who is going to say what to you and what you will answer them, etc. That is the voice of the separated ego. The holy self knows itself to be perfect, divine, needing no defense, no preparation, no rehearsal. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. Again, when you read evil, translate it to mean duality, or the possibility of looking upon things in a way other than with a single focus of truth. Not evil as you would see it to be bad, but in a way which suggests you will have possibility to look upon every event in that day through the eyes of holiness or through the eyes of duality. Sufficient unto the day are the challenges thereof. Then there was another question one of the men wanted to know. It was a lengthy story of what had happened to him, and what another brother was saying to him, and a business transaction which he did not feel was just and fair, the same as you have encountered in your daily living. And he wanted to know who was right in this case and who was wrong. And I said unto him, Judge not, that ye be not judged. For indeed he wanted me to say that he was right and the other fellow was wrong. But I said to him, Judge not. For with what judgment you judge, you shall be judged. And with what measure you mete, it shall be measured to you again. Now this is true not because there is a cosmic referee, some great power outside of you which is going to look upon you everything and judge it, but you are going to be judged by your judgments. You are the one who has to live with that energy of judgment. Now you know the feeling where you have gotten to judgment of another and you have been most angry at the other one. How could they do whatever was unfair? How could they? And you judge them. They, meanwhile, were going blithely on their way, not feeling any of that energy. You were the one who was stewing in your own judgment energy. So judge not. It is not worth the energy, for you have to live in it. And what judgment you give out is the judgment by which you are going to be judged, because you judge yourself in that judgment. So instead of judgment, give out love. For indeed then you are judged by love, and you live in the conscience of love. And the other one, they may not care or know, but you are going to know and care. And why beholdest thou the mote in this thy brother's eye, a little speck that is in thy eye, but considereth not the beam that is in thy own eye? Or how wilt thou say to thy brother, Let me pull out the mote of thine eye, and behold, a beam is in thy own eye? Thou hypocrite, first cast out the beam out of thine own eye, and then shalt thou see clearly to cast out the mote of thy brother's eye. And I say unto you, If you cast out the beam in your own eye, you may see clearly that there never was a speck in the brother's eye at all. Then there was a question from a woman who had been traveling with us and had heard my messages for some time. She was a very loving person, very gentle. She wanted to know how to tell others of her family the beautiful revelations and life-changing ideas which she was learning through my teaching. But when she would speak of these new ideas, the family would ridicule her and call her a fool and worse things. She became discouraged. I spoke unto her, Give not that which is holy unto the dogs, neither cast ye your pearls before the swine, lest they trample them under their feet and turn again and rend you. In other words, as you see that your family, friends are not receptive to what you are remembering of the Father's love and goodness, do not persist in trying to share your inspirations with them. Keep your pearls to yourself, treasure them in your heart, for if you continue to offer your ideas to them and they are not receptive, their words may take from you the enthusiasm and radiance of your new way of thinking. Then a man wanted to know, how could he find eternal life? How could he find what was really true? For he had sought high and low throughout the world teaching, and the sense of happiness, the sense of peace, the sense of fulfillment had eluded him. And he asked, Rabbi, how can I know that all-fulfilling, all-satisfying peace of the soul? And I said unto him, as I say unto you in this day and time, Ask, and it shall be given you. Seek, and ye shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. For every one that asketh receive, and he that seeketh find, and to him that knocketh it shall be opened. The importance here is that you must ask, you must seek, you must knock. In other words, you must take conscious action to ask. And when you do that, there will come a clarity in the asking, and there will be an answer. For if you go through life in a fog, hoping for the best, you will go from one side of the avenue to the other side, wandering with a feeling that there is something missing. Until you stop and ask, until you take awareness to know what you are seeking, until you take the action to knock upon the door, you will continue to be in the fog. For once you ask, once you seek, once you knock, the answer will be given. What man is there of you, whom if his son asks bread, will he give him a stone? Or if he asks for a fish, he will give him a serpent? In other words, if one of your children comes to you asking for food, for raiment, for comfort, for a little bit of encouragement, you will give them food, raiment, encouragement. If you then, being evil, believing in duality, know how to give good gifts unto your children, and how much more shall your Father which is in heaven give good things to them that ask him? For your Father has single focus of the truth of your being. If you, who have the opportunity and possibility of seeing the whole gamut from good to not so good, come up with a good gift to give to a brother, a sister, a child, how much more will your Father give you, who does not have any possibility of thinking of the gradation of valuation from good to evil? He just provides all that which you need. Therefore all things whatsoever you would that men should do to you, do you even so unto them. In other words, if someone asks of you a word of comfort, some food or raiment, give it cheerfully, lightly, for indeed that is what you would want to receive from them. For this is what the law of the prophets have been teaching. And another question was then raised, and my answer was, Enter ye in at the strait gate. For wide is the gate and broad is the way, that leadeth to destruction, and many there be that go in thereat. Because strait is the gate and narrow is the way, which leadeth unto life, and few there be that find it. Again it was a question, Rabbi, how do I know what is of lasting value? How do I know what is spiritual truth? How do I know what my Father wants for me? How do I do his will? And I said, Enter ye in at the strait gate, the narrow gate. In other words, the one that takes the single focus. For wide is the gate and broad is the way that leadeth to destruction. Destruction in this case means confusion. And many there are that go in thereat, for it is the easy gate. You have known times when you have had a choice to either read a book which would be expanding the concepts of what life could be and what eternal life is, or to go out with friends. Now, there is nothing wrong with spending time with friends, but there are times when you need a discipline, especially when you are working with confusing questions in your life. The ego will speak to you and run no escape, to put yourself into that which is a short-term value. But the long-term value could be served by the discipline of meditation, of prayer, of reading a book of uplifting nature, of listening to perhaps a recording of a teacher or rabbi with new ideas. What is important is that you listen to the inner wisdom, not always to be escaping through the wide gate. And because strait is the gate, and narrow is the way which leadeth unto life, true life, not worldly life, few there are that find it. Then there was a most wonderful question which came up. A woman asked me, there is another prophet in a neighboring area which is teaching certain ideas of how to find eternal life and prophesying what is going to be. Should we listen to him, or should we listen to you? And I said unto her, beware of false prophets, which come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravening wolves. You have known these prophets in this day and time, ones who have set themselves up of great seers, and who have said to you, I know what the future holds for you, and you had better listen to my words and buy 6 of my tapes, and I'm only looking out for your best interest. Now there are ones who are sincere as they will say this, and there are ones who are feeding their own ego, their own sense of power, because they know what is best for you. Beware of false prophets. Then she asked, Rabbi, how shall we know if someone is a false prophet or not? And I answered her, Ye shall know them by their fruits. Do men gather grapes of thorns? No, you cannot gather grapes off of a thorn tree, can you? Nor peaches from a pear tree, nor figs off of a thistle bush. Even so every good tree bringeth forth good fruit, but a corrupt tree bringeth forth evil fruit. In other words, fruit that will be of duality nature, fruit which can bring confusion and the possibility of believing that there could be something other than single focus. Every tree that bringeth not forth good fruit is hewn down and cast into the fire, wherefore by their fruits ye shall be known. In other words, in time you will know by the fruit which ones are the true prophets, which ones are those who encourage you to find and divide within yourself, and those of the other nature will be purified by their own teaching. Not every one that saith unto me, Lord, Lord, shall enter into the kingdom of heaven. It is not enough that you say the words. It is not enough that you say that Jesus is my personal Savior. The words will not do it. Only the knowing that Christ, the Christ of you, is your personal Savior will do it. And not every one that saith unto me, Lord, Lord, shall enter the kingdom of heaven. For indeed you have to do that yourself. You have to know the place of inner peace, the place of sacred stillness, the place of expansive, total love within yourself. But he that doeth the will of my Father which is in heaven, the will of our Father is that you should know life, that you are life, that you should feel the power of eternal life. Not the worldly power, but the true divine power of beingness, and that you should take from that knowing a sense of confidence, a sense of well-being, a sense of peace. Many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied in thy name, and in thy name have cast out devils, and in thy name done many wonderful works? And I will profess unto them, I never knew you. As you focus upon the world and the accolades of the world, that is your reward, but the Christ knows that not. We have had many questions in that day, and much good discussion, and I concluded the evening with a parable. Therefore, whosoever heareth these sayings of mine, and doeth them, I will liken him unto a wise man, which built his house upon a rock. And the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew, and beat upon the house, and it fell not, for it was founded upon the rock. And every one that heareth these sayings of mine, and doeth them not, shall be likened unto a foolish man, who built his house upon the sand. And the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew, and beat upon that house, and it fell, and great was the fall of it. If you will attend unto my words, and go within to the Christ of you, you are as the wise man who builds his knowing, his dwelling place, his inner dwelling place upon a solid foundation, which the world cannot assail or threaten or destroy. If you do not take my words into your heart, and you have focus upon the world and the passing values of the world, you are going to see your inner dwelling place as you would be upon shifting sands. And you will call out to me, Lord, Lord, and although I care about you greatly, I cannot build that foundation for you. Hear my words. Know the foundation which is true. Store up for yourself the treasure of knowing your divine being, experiencing the joy of the holy child of the Father, and abide in the peace which comes from knowing who you are. And then when the rains descend and the winds blow, you will find that you have built a consciousness which brings you home to the dwelling place of the Most High. There I wait to welcome you. Comfort ye my people. Isaiah 40, 1-5. Beloved one, I would now recall to your mind a passage in your scriptures in the book of the prophet Isaiah, for the message of Isaiah is appropriate in this day and time. I would ask of you to comfort ye my people, all of the seemingly separate individual expressions of the one Father, your brothers and sisters. Comfort ye my people. Speak to Jerusalem, to your brothers and sisters. For Jerusalem is not just a geographical location upon our holy mother, the earth. Jerusalem, down through the ages, has held for you many levels of meaning, and as you have the ears to hear, you will understand more and more depth of meaning. For the word Jerusalem comes from an ancient name, Hierosolima, meaning place of sacred peace. Hero, as in the word you are acquainted with, hieroglyphics mean sacred writing. Hierosalmia, salmia most akin to shalom and to Salem, meaning peace, the remembrance of oneness. The word Jerusalem in its ancient meaning serves to remind you of your sacred oneness. Everyone who seeks to abide in the remembrance of sacred oneness is of Jerusalem, the place of sacred peace. Speak to Jerusalem. All of the brothers and sisters who are ready, hungering, and thirsting to remember love, carry unto her that her warfare is accomplished. The warring which has come from the belief in separation is now ended. The purpose has been fulfilled, and the belief in separation no longer serves the heart of the one child of the Father. Already you are allowing the bonds which you have tied you so seemingly so close to the belief of separation to be released, dissolved as the nothing that they are. Cry unto Jerusalem that her warfare is accomplished and that her iniquity is pardoned. In truth, there has never been iniquity. Choices, yes, you have made, based on your belief in separation and inequality. You have made choices for the experience of creativity, and some of the resultant effects of these choices you have judged to be not so beneficial and not so joyous and not so loving. The inequity has been pardoned, for your Father has never seen the separation which you have believed in, and has never seen anything which would need to be pardoned. You are as the voice of him that crieth in the wilderness. You, the awakening son, daughter of our Father, are the voice that cries in the wilderness now. The outer activities of the world have come to the great peak of intensity, creating a wilderness of confusion and materiality. You are as the voice of him that crieth in the wilderness, Prepare ye the way of the Lord. Not my way, as one Jeshua ben Joseph, but the way of the Christ, the light come into the world. Prepare ye the way. How? By remembering the light yourself and going light-hearted into the wilderness, into the mall, into the workplace, into every gathering. Make straight in the desert a highway, for that remembrance. A highway. Your language is beautiful. It is full of hints, a subtlety, for those who would look for deeper meaning. Prepare the highway. Not to get embroiled in all the activity which keeps one feeling down, heavy burden, but to remember the high way of light-heartedness. Every valley shall be exalted, and every mountain and hill shall be made low. Every experience which you have come through and judged to be a valley shall be seen in the perfect light of remembrance to have been the gift you gave yourself. Every experience which you have judged to be of time of sorrow, a time of conflict, a time of lack or limitation. If I had only known, you've said it to yourself, however you knew even in the moment when you made the choice, that the gift was in the choice, therefore you chose it. Every experience shall be exalted, and every mountain and hill shall be made low. That which has seemed to be an obstacle, insurmountable, has, as you approached it and began to be in the experience, became smaller in perspective because of new understanding. You have come to know that there is, in truth, equality in what you would judge to be the valley and the mountaintop. Each experience gives you the gift of knowing your own creativity as a child of the Creator. You have created your reality out of your reality. You have created the adventures because of the power of your reality. And the crooked shall be made straight. That which has seemed to you to be devious, ununderstandable, will be made straight in your own understanding. For as you allow the light of your remembrance, of your perfection, to shine upon what has seemed to be convoluted and distorted, new understanding will dawn, new meaning will be apparent, the complex will be made simple, and the rough places plain. All of those scratchy bits that you have ever encountered in relationship, all those times of wondering, what did she say that to me? Why did I say that to him? What did he mean by that? I know what he meant by that, and I don't like it. All of the times that the voice of the ego has disturbed the peace of the soul, Those rough places are made plain in the remembrance that you are already perfect. You are already Jerusalem. You are already sacred peace. You are your Father's child in whom he is well pleased. And the glory of the Lord shall be revealed in the light of remembrance, and all flesh shall see it together. All flesh, in other words, you do not need to wait until the state of heaven when you would lay down the body and hopefully ascend into a more perfect state to see the glory of the Lord. For the mouth of the Lord hath spoken it, your mouth. You are the Lord embodied, and you have spoken it. You have spoken it even in flesh. You will remember heaven, and you will know the rough places plain. You will know the valley and the mountain to be equal. You will know the crooked places to be no longer devious, and you will remember the joy of the Lord. Comfort ye my people. Take the message to them in this day and time. Speak to them that they are loved, that they are valued, that they have purpose. Comfort ye my people. The Lord's Prayer, Matthew 6, 9-13. Prayer, beloved one, is the breath of the soul, as necessary as physical breath to the body. Prayer is your connection to the allness which you are. Prayer is the pause which allows you to remember your holiness. In the day and time when I was recognized to be rabbi, teacher, and I spoke words which allowed others to remember their holiness, I was asked to give forth a prayer which would be learned by the ones who were following my discipline. And most often I refused, for indeed you cannot put the prayer of the soul into words, for that immediately limits it. True prayer is wordless, conceptless. It is beyond the intellectual, beyond the mind. Others of the rabbis at that time, the leaders of the temple, knew many prayers, and the ones who would worship in the temple were taught from an early age to learn the words of the prayers and to be able to recite them whenever the occasion came forth. But those prayers were vain uttering of words without the breath of the soul. All of you have known lifetimes, perhaps even this lifetime, where you have learned prayers. You have learned the words, and you have even what would be the competition, not formal, to see how fast you could run through the prayer and get to the end of it, reciting all the words and not missing a beat. And yet I ask of you, when the prayer was recited in such a fashion, where was the feeling of the soul? Where was the connection of remembrance with the Holy Father? It was not in the prayer, was it? Therefore I did not give forth prayers for the followers to learn and to recite in vain ritual. But when pressed by the disciples and others to give them a form of prayer, I shared with them the prayer which I had shared with my brothers and sisters in our home, the one which you now know well. And when I shared with them, I gave it with the admonition that it was to be a model only, not to be recited as if it were magic, but as an outline for your own individual, intimate prayer. For indeed prayer is the speaking of your heart to the Father. So when I gave forth what is now known as the Lord's Prayer, it was to be an example, a framework upon which you would weave your own prayer. And I began it with Our Father, for it was in the day and time when the Father was understood to be the head of the household. Now at the point in time and understanding where you see yourself to be, it could well be our Mother, Divine Creator, Source of all. And because there is an understood intimacy, familiarity in speaking to one's Father, I chose that wording as an example. Our Father, from whom we have come, and in whose likeness we have been created. Our Father, not just my Father, our Father universal. For every prayer to be true must go beyond the singular, where there would be seen to be separateness, to go to the place of acknowledging and remembering oneness of all. Our Father which art in heaven. Heaven, a realm of oneness, of holiness, of expansion beyond the specificity of individuality, of personality, of lifetime, of any mental concept. Heaven, infinite, never-expanding totality. Hallowed be thy name. Holy, whole, perfect, complete. Holy is thy nature, perfection, completeness. Allness is your essence. That is the nature of the one who has brought you forth, and it is your nature by divine birthright. Thy kingdom come, the kingdom of love, unlimited, unconditional love which sees everyone as the beautiful, radiant child. Thy kingdom come, not as a plea, but for you are not plea bargaining with your Father. Thy kingdom is come, as thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. For indeed the kingdom is come on earth as it is in heaven when you remember the Father's will as only love, pure, expansive, unconditional love, wherever you see yourself to be. Give us this day our daily bread. Again, not said as a plea, but as a statement of truth. You supply for us in every day our daily bread. bread for the body, but more than that, the bread of understanding, the food, nourishment of the soul. Give us our daily bread, moment, daily. Not just once, and if you happen to be out in left field, you've missed it, daily and ongoing. And allow us to drink from the water of life. That line is not recorded in your scriptures, for one of you, in copying the ancient writings, missed that line. It was at the end of your shift and you left, and when you came back the next day, you picked up the next line. And allow us to drink of the water of life, the nourishing, refreshing water as it nourishes the body and the soul. Forgive us our debts as we also forgiven our debtors. Your Father forgives you any momentary lapse of remembrance, for he does not know lapse of remembrance. Your Father is love, you are love, and as you give love in forgiveness, for that is truly what forgiveness means, to give love for, in place of, limited understanding. As you forgive others what you have judged in their momentary misunderstanding, you allow yourself to abide in the space of unconditional, unlimited love, and you know forgiveness yourself. It is not an exchange. It is not that you are good enough to forgive all the ones you have judged to have made mistakes, that somehow then you will be good enough that your Father will forgive you. It is not an exchange. It is a truth, that as you are abiding in judgment, not forgiving another one, you are not knowing love yourself. But as you forgive others and extend to them the love of the Father, you know that love for yourself, and instantly anything that you have judged yourself to be lacking or at fault for it is released, dissolved, forgotten, gone forever. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Your Father would never lead you into temptation. He does not know temptation, for that rests upon the concept of duality. A better rendering would be, leave us not in temptation, for truly, when you turn the focus of your attention unto the Father, all duality dissolves in the light of his oneness, his love, and you are delivered from the possibility that there might be such an idea as the concept of evil. And you leave us not in temptation, but deliver us from the concept of separation as our awareness of your love envelops us. Whenever you pray, go first unto the place of the heart, to the place of peace, having released, at least momentarily, all of the concerns, the constrictions, the judgment of the world. Go first to the place of the heart and know the deep abiding peace which is yours for the asking. And when you pray, pray believing that what you would ask for is already yours, for verily it is. There is nothing that your Father would withhold from you. There is nothing that your Father can withhold from you. As the holy, creative child, you have brought forth all your creations and your experiences. You select certain experiences, you try them on for size to see how they fit. But the love which you seek is always yours. The love which you seek can be found within the silence of the prayer of your heart. When you tire of the pain and the hurt of the world, turn then to the place of the heart and pray the breath of the soul. Pray to the one Father who will never, can never, abandon you, who is there in truth to supply your every need. It is yours for the asking. Now there are times when you would pray in limited thinking for specifics, and you would ask of your Father what he does not have in specifics to give to you. In other words, do not pray to your Father for the vehicle, for the dwelling place, for he does not have that in specific to give to you. They are creations within your adventure. But that which he has is yours already. That which he has is beyond the value of the world. That which he has is freely given, and it is the pearl of a great price. He gives you freely of life, of consciousness, of creativity, which is your natural birthright. Then you take the consciousness and the creativity, and you apply it to the specific which you would see in your life. Pray believing that you already have, for indeed you do. If you would know the beauty of the clouds, do not keep the head and the eyes cast down. If you would know the love of the Father, allow yourself the moments of prayer where he is to be found. If you would know the love of your Father, allow yourself time, your precious time, to focus upon the peace, the beauty in the heart, and the beauty in manifest form, rather than focusing upon what seemingly is lacking or wrong. For as you keep your focus upon what is seemingly wrong, you deny in that moment the desire of the heart. Allow yourself the times of prayer, of true prayer, and when you do, beloved one, you will be greatly rewarded. For you are loved with an everlasting love which the world cannot know and does not value. But you are not of the world. You are of your Father, and he awaits you in the place of true prayer. Prayer in the 23rd Psalm. Psalm 23. Beloved one, I would continue now to speak about prayer. For truly prayer is one of the greatest gifts given unto the Holy Child. Prayer is not just something which you do in your great edifices called the churches. Prayer is not something which you do just once a week if you are good. Furthermore, prayer is not just a ritual of saying the right words, memorizing words perhaps taught to you by an authority who purports to know the sacred words would be. Prayer is your connection to the Father, to the source of your being. Prayer is focusing, turning your attention away from the cares and worries of the world and focusing once again upon the Christ awareness. Prayer is nurturing within your consciousness the awareness of the Christ and receiving, in turn, the nurturing of the Christ. In prayer you may use words, yes. You have been taught certain prayers, and the words themselves are as a catalyst, a symbol, to hasten your remembrance of your oneness with the Father. Any prayer which you pray with words, allow yourself to study the words as you say them, not just to run through the Our Father as fast as you can, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done, and then pause for a breath. Think about the meaning, the obvious meaning, and then the deeper meaning, as you say the words of any prayer which has been written and given to you. The prayer which has come to be known as the Lord's Prayer was a prayer which I gave unto my brothers and sisters when they asked to know how to focus upon the truth of their being. I gave them words to help them turn the focus of their attention away from the world and its troubles, away from the small ego self and the personality, and to remember once again the love of the Father. When you say any prayer which is couched in words, think of the deeper meaning of the words, contemplate. For indeed the purpose of prayer is to open up the communication with the Father, and to remember once again your common union, communion in oneness with your source. Contemplate the meaning of the words and go deeper. Make your own prayer with your own words, and these words do not have to be out of the King James Version of language. Prayer is your telephone to your Father, and you do not have to go through any fancy language on the phone to your Father. Pray with the simplicity of the child. You do not have to don the great robes. You do not have to hold the hands in a certain position. You do not have to wear the knee pads and kneel for long hours. Prayer is your conversation with the Father. Now it is fine to follow others' prayers, the written ones which you have, for they will suggest to you ideas. They will suggest remembrance. And there is great beauty in the written prayers which you have in this day and time. But the greatest prayer of all is when you turn the focus of your attention unto the love which loves you forever, and beyond forever, and you say, Father, I am here, speak to me. Now we come to an important part of prayer which is so often forgotten. For when you have a conversation, be it with a brother, a sister, a biological parent, a father-mother figure upon this plane, when you have a conversation with that one and you speak about what is going on, this is how I feel, etc., after a while, if you are wise, you pause for a breath and you wait for an answer. For would you call a brother, a sister, a father, a mother, a parent, a good friend, pour out your heart on the telephone to them and just hang up? Well, perhaps you would. You have done it actually in essence. Maybe you didn't hang up, but you were still so caught up in your own whirl of what was going on that no matter what they said, it was as if you had hung up. When you pray, speak directly to the Father, and then listen. Allow the deep breath of inspiration. Take the pause that refreshes the deep breath, and allow the revelation to be gifted unto you. For always your Father stands ready to give you the answer to whatever you would ask. Whatever challenge, whatever question you are dealing with, there is an answer, even if the answer is merely to wait. If you desire to use a prayer such as the one I gave unto my brothers and sisters, well, that is well and good. Or you may turn to any one of your great songs, the Psalms, within your sacred book, and read it as a prayer. And as you read it to yourself, contemplate the deeper meaning of the words. For example, the Lord is my shepherd. Our Father is your shepherd, your personal shepherd. Now what does a shepherd do? He looks after the sheep. He cares for, nurtures, tends, protects, guides. I shall not want. I shall not want for anything, for he knows what I need even before I would ask. I shall not want for anything. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He allows me to know the healing vibration of abundant pastures, physical and spiritual, in which to rest. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He allows me to know the nourishment and healing of water. Have you ever sat by a stream and felt the energy, the dynamic peace of still waters which run deep? He restoreth my soul. To know the Father is to remember the holiness of the soul. No longer need the soul anguish under the illusion of unworthiness. Instantly it is restored to that which in truth it has always been. He leadeth me in the path of righteousness, the path of right useness, of all your abilities and talents, for his name's sakes. Now, what is his name? I am. I am that I am, from before time began. Holy, whole, complete, all, for his name's sake, to remember the divinity in all that you do. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. All of you walk through that valley every day. It is called the valley of world thinking. Yes, you fear the death of the body. That is a collective fear. But more than that, there is a shadow of death which you walk through every day in the world thinking, which is a dark cloud which hangs over you. Sometimes you can actually feel it, the world thinking. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, or the world thinking, I will fear no evil. In truth, there is nothing to fear, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Again the symbols of the shepherd who looks after his own. He looks after his sheep. He looks after his child, which is you. And there is comfort in knowing the presence of the shepherd. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Anything which you would want from the Father, the table is already prepared in front of you, even though round about you is all of the world thinking. The table is always prepared, placed in front of you so that you may eat and be nourished. Thou anointest my head with oil. To anoint one's head with oil was a mark of honor. It was very soothing and rather cleansing, and was often given unto royalty or ones of authority, which you are. My cup runneth over. Always your cup is being filled by the Father to the point where it runneth over. All you could want and more is yours. Surely, verily, truthfully, goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life. Not only follow me, but I will be living in the awareness of goodness and mercy all the days of my life, as I dwell in the house of the Lord forever. The house of the Father is the awareness of the Father's love. You may turn to any of the songs in your holy book and use it as a prayer. Contemplate what is being said. Take it deep within you. Speak with your Father, and then, abiding in silence, receive his love. The Ten Commandments, Exodus 20, 1-17. Beloved one, I desire to speak with you now about a certain passage in the Scripture which you still have extant in this day. Some of the ancient writings from which I read in my lifetime you no longer have in your Scriptures, but the passages I will refer to is to be found in your holy book even now. The particular writing has come to be known as the Ten Commandments, and in this day I will give you some new commandments, and a new understanding perhaps of the ancient commandments. For when these commandments were given, they were to serve a certain purpose at that time, to set up certain guidelines for a new society. For you were coming out of many years of bondage as you saw it, and yet it was by free choice that you chose that experience. You and the extended soul group were coming out of years of being in a far country known as Egypt, and a far culture which you had, to some extent, taken upon yourself. At that particular time in your lineage, the group of people to whom the beloved Master Moses spoke needed guidelines for the new society which was now establishing itself. And many societies down through the ages, as you see linear time, have relied upon the Mosaic laws, for they are good principles. The first commandment reads, "And God spoke all these words, saying," that is, God spoke through revelation through the Master Moses. "I am the Lord thy God, which have brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage." First and foremost, I am. I am the Lord your God. Who is the Lord your God? I am. I am that I am. The isness out of which I fashion this experience, this lifetime, this day. I am. That is the Lord God of your being. When you read this commandment for yourself, it becomes clear to you. I am the Lord, and you are. They shall have no other gods before me. Quite often in the human life, all kinds of other gods rise up before you and suggest, I have power over you in this day. You have employers who say, I have power over you. I will give you the golden coins only if you do whatever is spelled out in your contract, and whatever perhaps is unwritten in the contract, even as to expectation. And you may have the God of the employer set before you in that day. You may have the God of material possessions, the God of how am I going to pay for everything which I need for the bodily comfort, for the projects which I desire to do. And you begin to worship the God of the golden coin. Where are they going to come from? You have worshipped the God of wanting to be liked, to place where you say, I will do almost anything to have people like me. And you have found yourself in a pretzel position where you have made yourself into whatever you thought that someone was going to like, and then they didn't like you. And you wondered, well, maybe I can adjust another way. And you've tried that until it became too painful, and finally you reclaimed your own worth. You have set the God of the bodily health as a top priority in some days, for the body has called out to you and said, I am God, listen to me. If you do not pay attention to me, you will not get out of bed. And you have paid homage to that God, forgetting that the God of your being is the I am out of which you have fashioned all the other gods which you would put before you. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven images, or likenesses of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. In other words, do not make images beyond yourself to worship, either in heaven, such as angels, saying, the angels are above me, holier than I. I will pray to the angels. I will pray to the ascended masters. I will pray to my guide. I will pray even to one known as Jeshua, and set that one above me as a God. I am not your God. I am my God. You are your God. Do not set an image of anything which you would see to be in the heaven above you to be worshipped. Do not set anything which you see on earth as a God. Neither the golden coins, nor the employment, nor the health, the friendship, the love, the companionship, nor earthly experiences, nor anything in manifest form. Do not set anything which you see in the water of the earth as a God, neither the dolphins, nor the whales, nor the lost continents of long ago. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me. This is a most misunderstood passage. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to any gods which we have just spoken of, because they are not your true God. The I am is your true God, your true being. The I am is the source of your power, which allows you to experience whatever else of illusion you would set before yourself. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God. Now, this does not mean that our Father takes part in the human emotion of saying, you must serve me, otherwise I will be miffed. I will have hurt feelings. The jealous God is jealous in the strict sense of principle. For example, if you take the discipline known as your mathematics and you say that 2 and 2 are 5. No. The discipline of mathematics is a jealous discipline in that it is strict. You do not add the 2 and 2 and come to 5. You come to 4. It is agreed upon principle within the context of this belief system. The jealous God, which is spoken of in the Scriptures, is a jealous God because there is principle, there is integrity. And if you worship another God and turn away from the awareness of the truth of your being, the divine isness of you, there is going to be seeming inequity visited upon you, brought on by your belief that there could be another power. And the inequity and all that proceeds from the false belief will be passed down from generation to generation through the teaching and through your belief system. You have known in your own experience the teaching of the family as you grew up. Their belief system was visited upon you, and you have come from that starting point to the place of your own understanding where you find yourself today. And the inequity of the false belief is not limited to the third and fourth generation. It is ongoing until there is one such as you who's a free thinker who says, hey, perhaps there is new interpretation here. That is why you are the gift to your brothers and sisters, even though they may see you as a thorn sometime. You are a gift in your free thinking, for you break the generation to generation to generation of unquestioning acceptance of collective beliefs. And showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me, and more than thousands, everyone, and keep my commandments, beginning with and proceeding from the first commandment of knowing that I am. The third commandment in the law of Moses reads, thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. Now, to take the name of the Lord thy God in vain does not mean that when you are out on one of your green hillsides, hitting the small white ball, and it does not go where you want it to go, you take the name of our Father or my name in a certain intensity of feeling, "Oh God," etc. It does not mean that. What it means is to misunderstand the name, the nature, the wholeness of the Lord thy God, the wholeness with which you are one, the unlimitedness of your being. And when you misunderstand, take in vain, the nature of the Lord thy God, and you do not know your holiness, you stand in the place of guilt. Not because the Father judges you, but you stand in the place of guilt, in the place of unhappiness, the place of limited knowing, because in that moment you are taking your understanding of the nature of the Father to mean only part of the wholeness, often excluding yourself from that, and feeling unholy. Therefore you do not go guiltless. You are in your own guilt, your own unknowing. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. And I would say to you, what is the Sabbath day? Is it just one day? No. Every day is your Sabbath. Make every day your Sabbath, your day of worship, your day of awakening to know, I am the Lord God of my being. I am, and this day I will create. How do you keep it holy? By remembering who creates each day. The divine holy child of the Father creates each day in his or her experience. Remember your wholeness, and you will know the holiness of each day, every day, not just one day. Now for the society which is being set up, there were certain guidelines which were necessary, and in that time the understanding was to set aside one day to remember as holy, to pray, to honor, to worship. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work, but the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, nor thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within the gate. I would suggest to you that in every day you do not work, but make it play. Find the joy in whatever your work is, and it no longer becomes a heavy duty. It is not work. It becomes the play of the innocent child which you are. Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Honor the father and thy mother. Now I will ask of you, who is your father? Who is your mother? Who is your child? As you look around to the brothers and sisters, know you that each one has been your mother, has been your father, has been your brother, your sister, your child. In other words, the strict interpretation would be to honor the biological mother and father, and in that it is good. But take it a bit further than that. Honor your mother, your father, everyone whom you see. Honor them as mother, father, that their days may be long. Not long in longevity of many years, because sometimes the length of time does not bring a knowing of quality, but that thy days may be fulfilling. The word which you have translated in your scriptures as long meant to be full. Not just to be a string of days or years, but to be full, to be happy, worthwhile. That your days upon this land may be full, happy, and celebrating. Thou shalt not kill. A very good guideline for society. For if you have everyone warring with each other, killing each other, what does a society go? It dwindles a bit, doesn't it? Okay, thou shalt not kill. The truth of that is, you cannot. Not that it is forbidden to you. It is not a should that you should not kill. It does not say that you should not kill. You shall not kill. You cannot. You can demand of another one that he release the body, but it is his choice whether he will release it or not. You may give him such motivation that he may not feel that there is much choice in it, but in the final instant of either keeping or releasing, it is a free choice made by the divine being, the soul of that one. And in truth, you cannot kill. You can ask of one that they release the body, but you cannot kill that being. It was asked of me that I release my body, and I said, if you destroy this temple, in 3 days I will raise it up. Know you the resurrection, thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Now, adultery in the strict sense of the meaning has to do with the taking of another one's person, where there is one, at least one, in that relationship married to another one. One of the two in the couple, in order for it to be adultery in the strict sense, has to be married to another person not involved what in happening. And what it means in the strict interpretation has to do with commitment. For you have made commitment in certain societal fashion of marriage, which has served society well. There is needed to be commitment for the bringing forth of the offspring, for the understanding of the lineage, as society valued that lineage. But I say to you now, the deeper meaning of this is the commitment not in social terms, but the commitment to yourself, the marriage to yourself. And again, you cannot commit adultery. You cannot go against the commitment because you have already made the commitment from time began, the marriage of the self to the self. You think you can play with it, but in truth you have already made the commitment before time began that you will, in some time, awaken and realize your whole self, the marriage of the one as one, holy. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not, cannot, divide the indivisible. You are committed to the one. Thou shalt not steal. Again, you cannot steal. Does anyone own anything in truth? No, you borrow it. You use it for a time being. You manifest it. If someone would ask of you, I want your shirt, you would say, sure, take my shirt. Take the trousers too. I will manifest more raiment. I have more in the closet in my dwelling place. And if I don't, I know how to manifest it. I will go out and use my paper, my plastic, whatever. I will manifest more raiment. In truth, you cannot steal. You can rearrange the possessions. That is all that happens. If someone asks of you a certain possession, give it freely. And even if you don't happen to be in a dwelling place when they come and take it, after the fact you can say, well, they have helped themselves. I will manifest some more, and you go freely. Beloved one, knowing that all that the Father has is mine. Blessed are you as you remember this. You have heard it said that, Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Now I would ask you to consider, how would you bear false witness? It would be to see that one as unholy, as not the Christ, as not the equal of you, as not the child of the Father the same as you. Now in the time and for the society to which this commandment was given, it was for the purpose of keeping all the legal transactions clear. But in truth, the commandment, Thou shalt not bear false witness, has a deeper meaning. Thou shalt not bear false witness even to yourself. There are times when you bear false witness momentarily to yourself and believe yourself to be less than what you truly are, less than the holy child of the Father. And you go about with a poor me attitude and you say, this is a bad day. I don't know why I even bothered to get up. Well, I will share with you, if you will get up a little higher, you will see it differently. Ever thought of that? Raise your thinking up a little higher on that day, and you will not bear false witness even unto yourself. As you remember the first commandment of the I am the Lord my God, and you bear witness to the truth of you, the holy self of you, then you will find you have to bear true witness to the brothers and sisters also. For you see them through the eyes of the Father, and you know them to be holy, perfect, the Christ incarnate. Again, it is not that you should not, but in truth you cannot bear false witness. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. Now, why would you covet? Because momentarily you are looking at the situation or object from a restrictive point of view, from a point of view that things are limited, and that he or she has a better dwelling place, a better mate, etc., and you would think yourself to be less than the other one. A very subtle thing here, a very subtle point, but in coveting what another seems to have, you are judging yourself as being less effective in manifesting that which you would see to be the best, most beautiful, valuable, and worthwhile. And that is not the truth of your being. Rather, look you with the eyes of the Father upon all that you manifest and call it good. The new commandments I give you today are ones spoken of as positive statements. I am the Lord God of my being. I am one with the Father. Take that to heart. It will transform everything which you see in your day. I shall have no other gods before the I am, because the I am is that which is allowing me to see all of my reality with a small r. And I will make no graven images either of things in heaven or upon earth. I will remember who I am. I will take the name of the Lord God in truth, in understanding of the true nature, not just the name. We are not speaking here just of words. We are speaking here of the nature, the whole nature, the holy nature of the isness of the I am. And I will remember that is the truth of my being. I will remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy, and I will know it in every day. I will look for the holiness in every day. I will honor my father and my mother, my brother and my sister, and all with whom I companion, that my days, and theirs as well, may be full, happy, worthy of celebration. I shall honor life in all its forms and celebrate the expression of life. I shall honor the commitment to the true self of me. I shall remember that I manifest everything that I need in every moment, and that material possessions are the energy of me brought into manifest, tangible form. I may give these possessions as I see possessions to be to others as gifts, knowing that at any moment, in every moment, I manifest what I need. I will bear witness to the Christ of me. I will bear witness to the Christ of you. I will be thankful for everything I have. I will rejoice and be happy in each day, for I know that there is no need to be envious of another one. For all that the Father hath is mine. I am the perfect, divine, holy child of the Father, and it is my Father's good pleasure to give me the kingdom. All of the commandments come back to do basic ones. In my lifetime it was asked of me, which is the greatest commandment? And the greatest commandment is the first commandment. I am the Lord thy God. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your mind. And the second commandment is as the first, to love the brothers and sisters as yourself. For when you understand yourself to be the holy child of the Father, and you know who you are, and you know that you come from the I am of you, you know your brothers and sisters as the I am also, and there is nothing left to do but to love self. Keep my commandments, beloved one, not because you have to, not because you should, but rather because you desire to. Keep my commandments, beloved one, knowing that they speak of your true nature. The Good Shepherd, John 10, 1-11. Verily, verily, I say unto you, in other words, truthfully, verily I say unto you, pay attention. He that entereth not by the door into the sheepfold, but climbeth up some other way, the same is a thief and a robber. But he that entereth in by the door is the shepherd of the sheep. To him the porter openeth, and the sheep hear his voice. And he calleth his own sheep by name, and leadeth them out. And when he putteth forth his own sheep, he goes before them, and the sheep follow him, for they know his voice. A stranger they will not follow, but will flee from him, for they know not the voice of strangers. This story, this parable, I spoke unto the disciples, but they understood not what I said to them. Truthfully I say to you, that he that entereth not by the door, but climbeth in some other way, is a thief and a robber. Sheep are trusting. Sheep are innocent. They symbolize for you in this story the innocence, the trust, the faith, the love, the peace of the Christ, your eternal self. If you would know these qualities, you must go to the place of innocence. And in your own innocence you claim that which knows itself, but that which is not peace, that which is not innocence, that which is of the world is as a thief and robber, for it will steal your peace from you. As you breathe the deep breath and you allow once again the state of love to be claimed and known, then the sheep hear you, respond to you, know you as their own, as their leader, as their shepherd. But the fears of the world, the judgments of the world, the sheep know not that voice, they do not follow. And your peace flees from that voice and is scattered before the troubles of the world. Then I said unto them, Verily, verily, I say unto you, I am the door of the sheepfold. Not I as Jesus, not I as Jeshua, but I am is the door. The I am of you from before time began. The I am, that is the door to peace. That is the door to the sheepfold where you find your peace. All that ever came otherwise are thieves and robbers, but the sheep did not hear them. I am the door. By me if any man enter in, he shall be saved, and shall go in and out and find pasture. Saved not from any threat in the world, but saved from your own choosing to be in the world and to be troubled. You shall go in and out freely. needing not anything from the world, and you shall find pasture. You shall find the nourishment which your soul calls for. You shall find peace. The thief cometh not but for to steal, and to kill, and to destroy. The thoughts of the world will destroy your peace. As the world is diametrically opposed to the kingdom and to the peace of your kingdom, all of those world thoughts, what do? They steal away your knowing of innocence. They steal away the peace, the love. But I come that they might have life, and that they might have it more abundantly. I am come that you may have life. Not have, you are life. This is a misinterpretation. It is not to have it. The same word meant to know, to have, to claim, to know life abundantly. For you have life, you are it, but to know it as abundant, which it is in this very moment. Your life is abundant. Even the life of the poorest one walking the face of our Holy Mother the Earth in this time is abundant. Even the one who would count himself to be in poverty, abject poverty as the world would picture it, is abundant. Abundant in the grace of the sunshine, the rain which falls freely, every blade of grass, every flower which blooms, every small insect and bird which flies, every breath which he takes. I am come that you may know life abundantly. And when the awareness of the I am comes, you know your life to be abundant, prospered in every moment by the grace of your Father and your eternal self. I spoke this to my disciples. I speak this to you personally, individually. I spoke it in the day and time, and I speak it to you once again. Know your life abundant? Claim it, revel in it, celebrate. And what happens after that? You find that your cup is heaped up and overflowing, and you have to share it with others. You share the golden coins, yes, but more than that. You share with them the awareness of the abundance all around you, and you share with them the love of each moment. You find yourself saying, how great it is to be here, to breathe, to smile, to laugh, to love once again. I am the Good Shepherd. I spoke this as an individual. I spoke this as a master. I spoke this as a friend. I am the Good Shepherd. I care about you. Always I have cared about you, and I will look after you. I will guide you. I will find pasture for you. I will lead you into pastures, green, abundant. I will teach you as you are teachable. But more than that, I am is the great shepherd. You do not need another person to be your shepherd. Claim the I am to be your shepherd. Follow the shepherd into the pastures of abundance. The good shepherd giveth his life for the sheep. It has been said that I gave my life for you. More to the point, I have lived my life, and am still living my life for you, with you. For I did not die upon the cross, and you have not died upon the cross. You have made many crosses of your own formulas, many crosses in this lifetime and other lifetimes as well. And you have not died upon these crosses. You have ascended each and every cross. You have known the physical cross. You have known crucifixion in the physical terms. And where are you now? Right here. Verily I say unto you, more torturous than the physical cross have been the emotional crosses which you have carried from one lifetime to another, and reenacted even in this lifetime. The emotional crosses are the ones with the heavy intensity of energy. The physical crosses cause momentary sorrow, momentary pain, momentary revelation. But the emotional crosses, some you carry yet. The I Am Shepherd says to you, follow me. Allow the cross to be left behind. Come into the abundant pasture. Know the peace which is within the sheepfold. Be trusting, be peace, and know the life abundant everywhere around you. You have in this day and time a newness which is sweeping the face of our Holy Mother the Earth. A new consciousness it has been called, an awakening. You are in a time of new millennium, which many see to be most symbolic of change. And for many of you it will be. Others of the brothers and sisters will arise in the morning and will say, well, nothing much different here. And they will go on about their business in the world, struggling the same as they have done the previous days. But for those of you who are allowing the hearts to open, those of you who are, in your innocence, the adventures once again, this is the time of beginning remembrance. Be the good shepherd to your own sheep, to your own peace and love. Nurture and guide the knowing of your true qualities in your awareness every day. Be the good shepherd of your thoughts, and know, in turn, you are shepherded by the one I am shepherd. Living the Christed Life. James 1, 1 through 27. Beloved one, I would speak with you now about living the Christed life. How do you go about living the Christed life? It is to live from a place of joy, of peace, a place of knowing that you are loved of the Father, loved eternally. Living the Christed life means to live from the awareness of the Christ perspective, seeing all that happens through the eyes of the Christ, allowing, loving, forgiving. Living in the awareness of the Christ presence will transform everything in your world. It will transform everything which you see, everything which you speak, everything which you experience. It is the secret, if you will receive it, of fulfilling your contract. Do you know you have a contract? Indeed, you have a contract. You agreed before incarnation. You agreed before you decided to activate a physical body once again, that you would anchor your light upon this plane and that you would do the will of your Father who has sent you, and that in truth you would seek to live the Christed life. That has been your contract. Living the Christed life means remembering who you are. It means coming from the place of the heart, from the place of compassion, of great love and simplicity. Always look for simplicity. For the world will speak to you of complexity, but the heart and the truth of you knows simplicity. Your touchstone is oneness. Does whatever you are looking at, contemplating, speak from the place of the oneness? If it does, you are looking through the eyes of the Christ. It is as simple as that. Beloved one, I would share with you passages from a letter which a brother of mine wrote, James, my brother, a biological brother. Some have said that he is a half-brother to me biologically. I will claim him as a full brother. James, a servant of God and of the Lord Jesus Christ, to the 12 tribes which are scattered abroad, greeting. This was written in what you would see as a long time ago by one whom you do not quite remember, and yet you knew him. And he wrote this letter to the 12 tribes, brethren and sisters which are scattered abroad. In other words, they had traveled, gone into many countries, many places. It means that in this day and time, for have you not journeyed afar? This is a letter to you. My brethren, count it all joy when you fall into diverse temptations. Count it as a blessing when there are challenges which come up in your awareness. Knowing this, that the trying of your faith worketh patience. In other words, when you perceive challenges and you are tempted to fall into world thinking, pause for a moment, instead of falling into habitual reaction, and look for the gift in it. For the trying of your faith brings forth remembrance. I am not alone. I have wisdom deep within me. All of the challenges which you call forth, indeed, you call forth as blessings, not as a punishment, but as an opportunity to see anew. But let patience have her perfect work, that ye may be perfect and entire, wanting nothing. In other words, as you allow the process of divine unfoldment, resisting not, you come to know and enter wisdom, a peace which the world does not know. And from the source of peace comes a remembrance that I am loved of the Father. I am his holy child, and if holy, whole, entire, I can lack nothing. If any of you lack wisdom, or feel that you do, let him ask of God, that giveth to all men liberally, and it shall be given unto you. In other words, breathe the deep breath of inspiration and ask of your Father, who loveth you. Ask, what is the answer to what I am going through? And then breathe again and listen, and the wisdom shall be given to you freely and liberally. But let him ask in faith, nothing wavering. In other words, ask knowing, trusting, that the answer is going to be there for you. For indeed it cannot be withheld from you. For as you will fashion a question, as you will fashion a challenge, the answer is contained within the question and within the challenge. So ask in faith, knowing that the answer is already yours, nothing wavering, do not doubt. For he that wavereth is like a wave of the sea that is driven with the wind and tossed. You have known the feeling of being tossed about, adrift in a sea of confusion, where you have cried out to me and to the Father, to the brothers and sisters, and asked, what shall I do? I don't know how to get through what I am facing. And all kinds of answers have come to you. The brothers and sisters have spoken their opinion and their advice to you. The inner wisdom, the still small voice, has spoken when you have quieted yourself, and you have not known which voice to listen to, and you have felt like the wave which is driven by the wind, tossed about. But when you will breathe and come unto the sacred place of peace within the heart, and you will ask knowing, trusting that the answer has to be within you, has to be given to you, doubting not, clearly you'll see. A double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. You have experienced that as you waver one way and another, you feel very unsteady, insecure, looking first to one source, then to another. Let the brother of low degree rejoice in that he is exalted. If you have had a humble opinion of yourself, if you have felt that you could not trust your answers or perhaps did not deserve to receive an answer, know that you are loved of the Father the same as any other. You are valued by the Father the same, equally as any other brother and sister. But the rich is made low, and as the flower of the grass he shall pass away. For the sun is no sooner risen with a burning heat, but it withereth the grass, and the flower thereof falleth, and the grace of the fashion of it perishes. So also shall the rich man fade away in his ways. In other words, the ones who exalt themselves and seem to be rich, and you exalt them and put them upon a pedestal perhaps, thinking that they have more, the exaltation is but temporal. The riches which you see in the world are passing. The riches which you are laying up for yourself, the riches of remembrance, the riches of trusting the inner guidance, the riches of knowing the deep peace within, these riches abide forever. And in that, each though a man would think himself lowly, he is exalted. Blessed is the man that endureth temptation, for when he is tried, he shall receive the crown of life, which the Lord hath promised to them that love him. When you encounter challenges, know that in truth you are coming more and more to the place of awakening, the place of atonement, the place of remembrance. For every trial which you set for yourself adds unto the catalyst for remembrance. Furthermore, I say unto you, that as your focus is upon the Father and his ways, you will not see temptation. Your Father has promised you the crown of life. Now, what is the crown of life? What is the highest gifting of life? It is to know, to realize that you are life itself, eternal, created of your Father, whom to love, to seek after, is to know life eternal. The crown of life is to remember who you are, beloved child of the Father. Let no man say when he is tempted, I am tempted of God, for God cannot be tempted with evil, and neither does he tempt any man. Your Father is love, all love. He does not know duality as you know it in this plane. That is the part of the scripting which you have put into this reality with a small r, that there will be a belief in good and evil, and that you could be tempted. But never say that your Father tempts you. He does not know, cannot know, the concept of duality which you have put into this reality, for the Father is true isness, oneness. But every man is tempted when he is drawn away by his own lust and enticed. Now, lust is not just as you would define it, having meaning a sexual desire, but lust occurs when you are consumed by the desire to be in the world and the world thinking. When you are abiding in the space of ego thought, attending to the voice of the world, the what-ifs, the complexities, the egoic values, then you have tempted yourself. Then, when lust hath conceived, it bringeth forth sin, and sin, when it is finished, bringeth forth death. When you focus upon world appearances and listen to the voice of the world, you conceive a new creation, unknown to your Father, the belief in separation, the belief called sin. And when this belief has been taken to its developmental end, each succeeding belief in creation from that belief leads to the death of all joy, yea, even the hope of joy. Every good gift and every perfect gift is from above, and cometh down from the Father of lights. Every good gift comes from above, yes. Not above as a physical place, but above in the higher thinking, in the place of beholdment, in the place you reach when you take a deep breath and detach yourself from all of the constriction of the world for a moment or so, and you attain a new perspective. And it comes from the Father of lights, your Father which would illuminate all that you experience. Of his own he will beget us with the word of truth, that we should be a kind of first fruit of his creatures. You are of the Father, holy, created perfect from before time began, created from before time began, because you are one who has created time and all of the lineage thereof. You are of the Father, you are divine, you are holy, you are the first fruit created from the isness of your true being. An extension, if you will, not separate even as you would understand creation to be. You bring forth in this day and time creations, and you behold yourself as separate from your creations. You look upon a chair, you look upon the other pieces of furniture, and you say, "It is there, I am here, I am separate from it." In truth, the chair, the furniture, is energy coalesced into form, the same as what you do for your body. You are not separate from any of the energy of the universe, whatever form you may call forth to serve you. You are not separate from your creations, and you are not separate from the Father, even as you understand creation to be. It is better, perhaps, to use the concept of extension. Wherefore, my beloved brethren, and this includes sisters as well, let every man be swift to hear. Listen, slow to speak, until you have allowed yourself to stand back and behold, and slow of wrath. For wrath comes from judgment, and judgment proceeds from the belief in separation. And then, consequently, judgment predicated on the possibility of imperfection, as you see yourself and others separated from your perfection. Therefore, be swift to hear, attend, listen, slow to speak, and especially slow to wrath. Now I have observed in your day and time, according to your culture, when you have conversation with brothers and sisters, there is an unspoken understanding that conversation shows your power. And when you are in conversation with one and they say something to you, you must reply in order to show that you are aware, that you are wise, that you are powerful, that you are. Even if you don't know what to reply, it is incumbent upon you to say something, and so you rush to speak. It is not necessary. Allow yourself to be slow to speak. Allow yourself to remember the space of Christ, to live from that space. And if you continue to stand in front of the one who is speaking and you smile, they will keep on speaking, will they not? For ones love to hear themselves, and you will stand there and allow them to speak. They will think how wise you are, for they will perceive that you want to hear what they have to say. Therefore you must be very wise, and all the while you are listening not only to what they are saying, but also to what is underlying what they are saying, the greater truth. For the wrath of man worketh not the righteousness of God. When you are in wrath, you are in an energy which blinds you to the truth of your being and to the truth of the other's being, and it does not work the right useness of your Father's love. But be ye doers of the word, and not hearers only, deceiving your own self. Be doers of the word, and not hearers only. For in truth you have been hearing my words for centuries upon centuries, now as you reckon time. Now it is time to be doers of the word. Now, what is the word? How can you be a doer of the word? What does that mean? You have a writing in the Holy Scriptures, in the beginning was the Word, John 1:1. In the beginning was the Logos, the Greek word for word as it is translated. Now you have played with your words, and you have seen how limited words are. You have played with subtleties of words, and you have seen that even then the words are constricting, they are limiting. And even when the words will be as a catalyst for understanding the concept, you have seen how concepts are yet limited. Logos. You have a word in this day and time which you use a lot in your business and your advertising. I believe it is called. You have the logos. Every organization, every grouping, every business chose for themselves a logo that can be a word, a series of words, a symbol of a sort, a picture. What does that logo do? It gives instant identity. It gives meaning encapsulated in that little bit of a symbol. That is what the broader meaning of the word logos means, a symbol of something more. The Greek word, which is translated now as word, carries with it much more meaning. It is an encapsulation. It is a logo for something much greater. The same as the logo which you choose for your organization, your business, stands for all of what that business, that organization means. Logos is a symbol which stands for the allness of all that is. So, in the beginning was the Word. In the beginning was the concept, the idea, the symbol of the allness which is. From that beginning, you are now experiencing an extension of the Logos of the Word. But be ye doers of the Word. In other words, be ye doers of the love which is beyond the world's comprehension. And yet you will make it comprehensible as you live each day, and not hearers only. For long enough have you heard the word. Long enough you have heard all the words about love. Now it is time to be doers. For if any be a hearer of the word, and not a doer, He is like unto a man beholding his natural face in a glass. For he beholdeth himself, and goeth his way, and straightway forgetteth what manner of man he was. In other words, if you look into the looking glass, the mirror, and you behold the natural face, you are seeing an appearance. And as you will focus just upon the natural face, as you will focus just upon what you see this body, this personality to be, and you go your way in the world, you forget who you truly are, the inner man. But whosoever looketh into the perfect law of liberty, and continueth therein, he be not a forgetful hearer, but a doer of the work, this man shall be blessed in his deed. Now, how is he blessed? He is blessed because he is living in the joy of the Christ child. He is blessed because he is living in the Word and knows it for himself as he extends that love through himself to others. You cannot help but be blessed as you are extending love. If any man among you seem to be religious, and bridleth not his tongue, but deceiveth his own heart, this man's religion is in vain. True religion, not the outer religion, comes from being the doer of love. You have many examples of the outer religion, many gatherings where ones are feeling very exalted in their own understanding, yet could be quick to say that others do not have an understanding. The true religion comes from knowing and doing the Word, living the Christed life, living from the place of love. Pure religion and undefiled before God and Father is this, and if you have heard nothing else in this chapter, attend and pay attention: to visit the fatherless and widows in their affliction, and to keep yourself unspotted from the world. In other words, to extend love, the Christ love, to the fatherless, not only the ones who have lost a biological father, but the ones who feel lost from the father, and widows, ones who feel they have lost their source of love and support, and to all others who are afflicted not only of body but in the soul. And to keep yourself unspotted from the world, to keep yourself, as often as you can remember, from falling into the pit of world thinking, to remember to be in joy, to remember to love, yea, even to be exuberant in your love. Life is a gift from yourself to yourself. Living the Christed life is the gift you give yourself. As you have heard, be you now doers of the message of Christ. John the Baptist, Matthew 3, 1-17. I would share with you now the story of John, called the Baptist. John, who was my cousin. John, with whom I played as we grew up. John, whom I loved as a brother, and John, who was my great teacher as a lad and all through of his life. As a lad he was my teacher, for he was very strong of body, stocky you would call it, very good at the physical tasks which we enjoyed. Running and racing and swimming and climbing, he was faster than I and stronger. And he was my teacher in that he brought forth in me the human emotions of love and jealousy. For I envied what I saw him doing, and I wished that I could do as he did. And as a lad I sat with those feelings, and I felt what you have felt in times of jealousy. Until my earthly father Joseph sat me down and said, "Consider where that thought comes from. Who do you think you are, and who do you think John is?" And he sent me out to sit by flowing water to contemplate who I am, and the jealousy dissolved. I have known jealousy, and John was my teacher. Again he was my teacher later on in life. In those days came John the Baptist, preaching in the wilderness of Judea, and saying, "Repent ye, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand." You have heard that saying many times. You have heard it interpreted by your priests and pastors, and you have interpreted for your brothers and sisters in other lifetimes when you expressed as the priest in the religious orders. You have interpreted it in various ways, mainly in ways which were seen to be heavy. Repent ye, because you are such sinners. Repent ye, because the kingdom of heaven is at hand, and you'd better shape up your act and get it together. You have heard these words with such an interpretation, but that is not what John meant. That is the interpretation which has come down from generation on generation. But what John was saying unto the people of that time, with clarity and with force, was, repent, rethink, stop and consider. For the kingdom of heaven is right here. It is not as the scribes and Pharisees have told you afar off, and that you must keep every jot and tittle of every ritual in order to come unto the place known as heaven. But the kingdom of heaven is at hand. Where is your hand? Show me your hand, right there. And heaven is even closer than your hand. It is right here, right now, as you allow yourself to be at peace. Heaven is right now. It is yours for the choosing. It is yours as you will allow yourself to say, I am the holy child of my heavenly Father. I choose in this day and from this day forward to go forth in joy, for my heavenly Father gives unto his child everything, including the right to be happy. It is only you who would choose temporarily to abide in a place which is not your nature. Your nature is to be joy. Your nature is to be love, ever ongoing expression of expansion, of creativity, of joy. And when you are not abiding in joy, you are in sin. That is what sin means, to be temporarily not knowing your nature. If you are being sad and downcast, heavy laden with the responsibility of the world, repent ye, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand, an optional choice. For this is he that was spoken of by the prophet Isaiah, saying, the voice of one crying in the wilderness, prepare ye the way of the Lord, make his path straight. The prophet Isaiah had spoken that there would be one, and there have been many individual expressions of the one, who would come crying in the wilderness until all of you to pause for the moment and know who you are. Crying out in the wilderness of the activities of the world which would say that you are nothing more than a mere speck of dust, and that you are sinful, and that there is much that you must do in order to ever become worthy to approach the gates of heaven. That is the wilderness, and there are many of your brothers and sisters in this day and time who abide in the wilderness, and know not that they come out of the wilderness into the peace that passes the understanding of the world. When John was 12, after he had done his ritual, it is known as bar mitzvah, his ritual of manhood, he went to Egypt to study with the teachers and masters there. He lived a simple life in the wilderness where he could hear our Father's voice. And when he accepted his mission to return to Judea to teach his people, his mission was to wake them up. He came as something startling, even in appearance, to get their attention, dressed in a tunic of camel's hair, very rough camel's hair. Camels are not ones who have the soft fur, belted around the middle with a leather thong. He had sandals on his feet laced up to the knees, and his hair long and wild. He made quite a striking picture. John cried out to his brothers and sisters in his powerful voice to repent, and to come to be baptized. To be baptized of water symbolized a cleansing, a washing away of the old, that is, washing away of the old way of thinking, so that they could come from the river knowing that they had all left the old constrictions of belief in the water. And when they arose out of the water and walked up to the bank, they were as new a person. There was much charisma about John which convinced one to believe, to be caught up in the spirit, the true spirit of who they were, and they went with a newness of life. That is what baptism of water was about. John prepared the way for my coming, for he got people's attention and began their process of deepening awareness. And I came unto John, and I asked John to baptize me, but John did not feel himself worthy to baptize me. But John forbade him, saying, I have need to be baptized of thee, and comest thou to me? And Jesus, which is the Greek form of my name, answering said unto him, Suffer it to be so now, for thus it becometh us to fulfill all righteousness. Then he suffered him. Have you ever considered the language which is in some of your scripture? Very much outmoded, is it not? It is a language which you have spoken in what you would see as other lifetimes in an evolution of your language. But you have come unto a much more direct place of speaking now, and this directness symbolizes again your repentance. It symbolizes, let's get on with it, even with the language. I will paraphrase. So I asked John to baptize me, and he did not feel worthy to do so. But I said to him, It is written, let the scriptures be fulfilled. And he said, okay. This was at the beginning of what has been called my ministry. I had come back from my studies in India and other far lands, and I wanted to share with my brothers and sisters what I had learned, what I knew to be the truth of our being. And when I came unto John, he was baptizing in the river Jordan, and I knew, as you know sometimes, that this was something that I needed to do. I knew that this was an outer demonstration of a decision which I had made already. And Jesus, when he was baptized, went up straightway out of the water, and lo, the heavens were opened unto him, and he saw the Spirit of God descending like a dove and lighting upon him. There was a great peace as a dove which settled upon me as I allowed this to happen. And lo, a voice from heaven saying, This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. I knew myself to be the beloved of the Father, and his peace descended upon me, and it was seen and heard by others who had the eyes to see and the ears to hear. It was necessary that the baptism be done in physical form to begin the ministry. I had decided within myself to share my remembrance of truth with all who would receive. But all of you know that as you work with ideas within yourself and you come to a place of knowing, this is what I will do. Until you say it unto another person, until you make a demonstration of some sort, there is always the part of you which said, but I can change my mind and nobody will know. It was the same for me. I knew my oneness with the Heavenly Father. I knew and I know that I am the light of the Heavenly Father, the life expressing upon this plane. But up until the point of my baptism, there was still the tiny bit that said, well, perhaps I can do this in a quiet fashion. Perhaps I do not need to make this public. Perhaps I can gather about me a small group of disciples, ones who want to hear. I can do it quietly. I will be as the masters. I will take myself off somewhere, and I will gather those unto me who wish to hear what I have to share. But I will not do it in such a public fashion. But my mission, should I choose to accept it, and I did, was to teach all who would receive the Father's message and to make public the Father's love. And the beginning of my ministry was made public through the baptism, which symbolized the inner cleansing, the cleansing of the little part of me which had said, I can always back out of this and do it another way. That is why, as I had come straight forward out of the water, the heavens were open, and there was a feeling of, yes, the decision has been made. And there was a great peace which descended upon me, for I knew that I had chosen rightly. And I knew that I was and am the beloved of the Heavenly Father, as you are. In the wilderness, Matthew 4, 1-11. Then was Jesus led up to the Spirit into the wilderness to be tempted of the devil. After my baptism with John, I went unto a place called the wilderness, for there was a place to the west of the river Jordan known as the wilderness, a very dry area where nothing grew except a few scrubby brushes, perhaps you would call them the tumbleweeds. There was very little water, nothing to eat. I went to that area for it was necessary, having made the demonstration of commitment with baptism, for me to abide within the heart, as I have so often requested of you, to come to a clarity as to how I would proceed. And when he had fasted 40 days and 40 nights, he was afterward and hungered. 40 days is a long time. It was not necessarily 40 days, as you would reckon the sun coming up and going down, but it was meant to be a long time. And it was a long time, and I grew hungry. The body asked of me to put physical nourishment into it, but there was nothing but the tumbleweeds to be eaten, and they did not seem to be much of a nourishment. So I was, as your scripture says, and hungered. And when the tempter came to him, he said, If thou be the Son of God, command that these stones be made bread. Now, when I was in India and studying with the masters, I learned that I could manifest whatever thought came from the heart, the inner divine being. I had demonstrated unto myself that I could put forth the hand and manifest whatever was needful. So I knew that I did not need to chew on the tumbleweeds. I could call forth bread and water. But the question was, to do that? For it is easy to do. In truth, you manifest in every moment as you imagine and call forth the molecules of physicality in the design pattern of the body. You manifest when you imagine a meal for yourself. It is no different than putting forth the hand and having it manifest in front of you, except by the belief in process of time. The commonly held belief upon this plane is that it takes time, and that there will be a process before you see what you will eat. But know you that you can manifest right now in the hand what you would eat, if you so desire and believe. You are manifesting what you are experiencing with me right now. You call forth in every moment exactly what you experience and what you see. So I knew that it was very possible to manifest the bread and water to eat. But he answered and said, It is written, Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of God. Now, while I was abiding these weeks in the wilderness, I was also reviewing and reciting the scriptures which I had studied and learned. I had taken these scriptures to my heart. I remembered what was said and why it was said and what the deeper meaning was. And I knew what was coming up for me now was, would I take a short-term view? Would I put my focus upon the material, or would I look to the eternal Son which I am, the eternal child of the heavenly divine source? And I remembered that man may momentarily think that he lives by the bread which nourishes the body, but the body is your creation, which you bring forth in every moment. And truly you live and express by every word which proceedeth out of the mouth of God. In other words, you live and express out of who you are, the son, daughter of divinity. That is where you live and from whence you express. If you feed the body, within an hour or so you will be hungry again. When you put your focus upon the material, the focus is upon only a part of who you are. Choose you, therefore, not the material which goes back in the dust. Choose you not that which will fade in time, but choose that which issues forth from the mouth of God, the knowingness of who you are, the divine source of what you create. Then the devil taketh him up into the holy city, and setteth him on a pinnacle of the temple. Now there was not a devil as you would see a separate entity for myself who came and took me, but in my imagining faculty I took myself, in what you call imagination, up to a pinnacle of the temple. And my thought was, Your Scripture says it was the devil. Saith unto him, If thou be the Son of God, cast thyself down, for it is written, He shall give his angels charge concerning thee, and in their hands they shall bear thee up, lest at any time thou dash thy foot upon a stone. In other words, the temptation was, okay, throw yourself down from the height, which will seem to be quite outrageous in physical terms, and prove you can survive the fall. Jesus said unto him, It is written again, Thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God. Again I was remembering the Scripture which I had studied and taken to heart. Thou shalt not tempt. This was not said in hopefulness, but this was said as a truth. Thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God, for you cannot. The Lord who you are cannot be tempted, for the wholeness which you are lacks nothing. Thou shalt not tempt is a statement of truth. There is no way that you can tempt the Lord your God when you are in the knowing of your oneness with the divine source. I knew that I could take the physical body to the highest pinnacle of the temple. And I knew, because I am the energy which collects the molecules of physicality in each moment into the form of the body, that I could cast the body down and it would be unharmed. For I had gone through trials in my studies with the great masters both in India and what you now call Great Britain. I knew what the body is made of. So I knew this feat was very possible to do, and I knew that if I did this, my brothers and sisters would see it as a miracle, and they would come unto me and establish me as a God above them, which has happened in any case. Again the devil taketh them into an exceedingly high mountain, and showeth him all the kingdoms of the world, and the glory of them, and saith unto him, All these things will I give thee, if you will fall down and worship me. And I thought of all the kingdoms in the world, and all the riches in those kingdoms. If I were to set myself up as a great God, I would be worshipped by the ones in the kingdoms and by the rulers who would want to have me at their side, and all the riches of all the kingdoms would be mine. And it was tempting, for I knew I could use those riches and distribute them to the poor. And I knew that I could set up a new world order. But I also knew this was not the way, for it would be a temporal kingdom abiding in time, and in time all things pass away. Then saith Jesus unto him, Get thee hence, Satan, for it is written, Thou shalt worship the Lord thy God, and him only shalt thou serve. I knew that I could make a demonstration which would bring to me many followers who would want to worship me. However, I did not want followers. I did not want the kingdom of the world. I knew that the kingdom which I was to share with my brothers and sisters was the kingdom of our Father, the divinity of eternal love. It was not a worldly kingdom. Then the devil leaveth him, and behold, angels came and ministered unto him. What that means is, I felt a great peace having come unto the realization of what is eternally true. The kingdoms of the world come and go, as you have experienced throughout your many incarnations. The kingdoms rise in the power of the world, and they fall in the power of the world. You have been the leader who has been upon the crest of the wave as it is rising, and you have been on the wave as it went under. You have done that many times. But the kingdom in which you truly abide is the kingdom of light, the kingdom of love, the kingdom of our Father. When you connect with that truth, it matters not what else is offered unto you. For the offerings are as the dust in front of you, and you are the jewel, the precious jewel. So in the 40 days and 40 nights which I spent in the wilderness, there were many, many thoughts, many doubts which came. The doubts came first, the voice of ego, and then the visions still tied to temporal understanding. Those visions bordered on what you call now hallucinations, and yet were an expansion of reality. All of those temptations came and were considered, until finally I was at peace. Choosing the disciples. Matthew 4:12-22 and 10:2-4. Now when Jesus had heard that John was cast into prison, he departed into Galilee. And leaving Nazareth, he came and dwelt in Capernaum, which is upon the sea coast in the borders of Zabulon and Nephilim, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken by Isaiah the prophet, saying, The land of Zebulun and the land of Nephilim, by the way of the sea beyond Jordan, Galilee of the Gentiles. The people which sat in darkness saw a great light. In other words, I was to go there to share the light of remembrance with all who would hear. So when I had come to a place of clarity within myself about my ministry, I came out of the wilderness and journeyed back to Galilee along the area of the river Jordan, where John had been teaching and baptizing. I knew that my ministry was to be one of a very public nature, and I desired to have companions working with me to accompany me, to learn of me, and then to teach on their own. And I knew that a good place to start to find ones who would be interested in a new way of thinking would be to go to where John had been ministering. So I journeyed along the river Jordan to Nazareth to visit my family, and thence to Capernaum, which is on the coast of the Sea of Galilee. And Jesus, walking by the Sea of Galilee, saw two brethren, Simon called Peter, and Andrew his brother, casting a net into the sea, for they were fishers. And he saith unto them, Follow me, and I will make you fishers of men. And they straightway left their nets and followed me. Simon and Andrew had been baptized of John, and they were interested in learning more about this new way of thinking. They were simple of heart. They were indeed fishermen. But they had a curiosity to know something beyond what they had been told, filtered down from the priests and rabbis. For in truth, they did not go unto the temple that often. But they were curious. There was a calling within their heart. When I came and spoke with them, for I said more to them than just to come and become fishers of men, they did indeed come to learn more. They came, and they sat with me, and we talked of many things. And going on from thence, he saw two other brethren, James the son of Zebedee, and John his brother, in a ship which Zebedee their father, mending their nets, and he called them. And they immediately left the ship and their father, and followed him. For they also had been hearing John's preaching, and they also wanted to know more. They had many questions, also many questions. There were the first four I had asked to travel with me. Now, if you were about to find friends to travel with you and to assist in a ministry, what kind of men or women would you select? Indeed, ones who would be willing to learn, who would have purity of heart, who would be willing to ask to go within, to entertain new ideas, to break with old tradition, ones who would have the strength of their conviction, once they had wrestled with an idea and had come to a place of clarity with it, and ones who would desire to share with their fellow men or women what they were learning. Think upon the question, if you were to select ones to be with you in a ministry, who would you select? Ones who knew love and were able to share love? Ones who were willing to question and not be in judgment? Ones who would support and encourage you and each other? I ask this question for a reason, for all of you are my disciples even now. It is not something that is over and done with an age long, long ago, and no longer pertains to you. As my disciples, you have a truth which you are remembering. You have a truth which you have been playing with, studying, asking questions. And in the days to come you will want to, and already you are doing this, collect to yourself other disciples known as friends. Now, I do not go out and immediately select the 12 which are recorded as disciples, for the work grew and evolved. We traveled to various places, and I taught in the temples, I taught in the countryside, I taught wherever there was a group who wanted to hear what I would share with them. And gradually there was a following which was literally a following. For ones of that time were more nomadic than what you see the present lifestyle to be, and yet many of you are very mobile and always moving. There was a following, a literal following, which went with me from town to town, and there were ones of that group who dedicated themselves, not because I asked them to, but because they wanted to serve me and the other ones who traveled with us. And among that group of dedicated ones there were many women who were my disciples. Many of these women are recorded in other histories and writings, some of which are still extant and will be rediscovered in time. For know you, there are writings which did not make it into the compilation of texts between the covers of what you have now as your scriptures. There were 12 disciples recorded in your scriptures which I ordained, not by any grand ritual, but by knowing what was in their hearts, to teach and to heal. Those are the ones who are recorded in the scriptures. Now the names of the 12 apostles are these: the first, Simon, who was called Peter, and Andrew his brother James, the son of Zebedee, and John his brother, Philip and Bartholomew, Thomas and Matthew the publican, James the son of Alphaeus and Lebbaeus, whose surname was Thaddeus, Simon the Canaanite, and Judas Iscariot. The importance of what I share with you now is that there were more than 12. In truth, there were many who were called, and out of many there was a percentage who chose to follow to be the disciples, to follow the new discipline of love and remembrance. Do you feel the call? Jeshua speaks about his ministry. The following is from a conversation during an informal evening in Maui. Why did you wait 30 years to begin your ministry? Why did I wait 30 years? Well, I could have waited 40 or 50, I suppose. However, at that time there was a readiness which I felt. I had studied and traveled much in my lifetime prior to the beginning of my ministry, as it had been called, which allowed me to reconnect with masters who could touch a spark of remembrance within me. I will not say teach, for in truth you do not teach anyone. You touch a certain place of remembrance within them. That is what true education is. It is to bring forth that which is already there. The masters touched a place of remembrance within me, and after I had traveled, studied, and tested their sharing for myself, I came back to my country full of enthusiasm, wanting to share all of the joy and the holiness and the healing and the miracles, the magic which would make life better as I saw it for my brothers and sisters. And it was with a certain feeling of readiness that I began what is now called my ministry. I did not call it my ministry. I called it a sharing, an elucidation perhaps, and I knew that the brothers and sisters would be hungry for what I had to share with them, and they would accept it. But I found that their path, as you have found with brothers and sisters, is one of their own timing, and even though I could see a holier vision and would gladly have shared it with them, they were unwilling to consider other than what they were habitually accustomed to experiencing according to their belief. There were times when I wept because I could see how they did not have to live in sorrow and in constriction. I saw, as you have seen for brothers and sisters, that the way could be more gentle, more mellow, more easy, and yet there was nothing I could say which would touch that place within them. It was as if they desired to beat the head against the brick wall a bit longer, and no matter what I could see for them, no matter what I could say to them, it was as if their focus set in a certain way and they had to complete that, and I was sorrowful for them. There were close friends whom I had known as a lad growing up who would not accept what I would share with them. Same as you have had friends and you have said, I don't understand why you can't see, or she can't see, that life could be so much better if they would only X, Y, and Z. So what did I do? I called out to the Father. I called out at first because I felt that somehow I was failing, that if I knew the magic word, somehow if I were wise enough, if I could get the vision across to them. And I cried to the Father and I said, what is wrong with me? Where am I failing here? For I know what can be done. And in my anguish, and I did anguish because I knew these ones well, and they were as my heart, finally I grew tired to the point where I stopped judging self and judging the others. And I paused, and I took the deep breath which were spoken of so often. The deep breath physically and emotionally. It allowed me to come to the place of peace. And in that moment of peace, the Father spoke to me in revelation and said, you do not see the whole picture. You do not know from whence they have come. In other words, I did not know their experience and issues, the baggage which they carried with them when they felt they had to complete. I did not see with holy vision all that was truly going on. With the focus specific, as it was within a reality, it is sometimes difficult to see with holy vision, as you know. Then the Father comforted me and said, fret not, do not worry, for they are loved as much as you. They are not lost to me. They are well on their path to the atonement, even though appearances might look otherwise. So with that, you see, I was freed of false responsibility. I had felt it was my responsibility somehow to get it, my vision, across to them. Now with the Father's revelation, I could go without the burden of having to save anyone. Now I allowed myself to move into the perception that everyone is holy, a master the same as I. I am not responsible for your salvation. Thank God, I am only responsible for my salvation, and that it is the remembrance that I am already saved and I have never been lost to the Father. The next few years saw the ministry shift and change and evolve in a direction which I had not foreseen. For in the beginning I thought merely that I would serve the Father by offering to share with others what I had remembered, that there would be ones who would want to share and to know, who would be hungry and thirsty for what I had to share with them, that I would travel to certain places and I would release the body many years later, probably in a cave somewhere in the beautiful mountains now called the Himalayas. Well, you know the story. I was a bit surprised as it evolved and developed, even though I knew well the messianic prophecies. At times I was a bit dismayed from the human vantage point, but then I remembered the revelation of the Father which said, "Everything serves the remembrance of the Holy Child in the atonement. You do not have to worry yourself about it." And I saw that even what would be asked of me in the demonstration of the crucifixion would not be a failure, for it could have been seen, and was by many at the time, as a failure. I would not fail. I had experienced knowing detachment from the body where there was not the sensation of pain. I had come through certain initiations, trials, where it was given to me either to be very much with the body and feel the torment of the body, or allow myself a certain disidentification with it, to watch it, to know that I was still the consciousness activating it, but not so specific that I would experience pain. I knew how it felt to walk upon the fire. I knew how to walk upon the water. I knew how it felt to have great sharp spikes as the bed to lay upon, and to have many heavy rocks piled on the body to the place where there would be the penetration of the sharp spikes into the body, and to be able to breathe throughout all of it and to remove the very specific focus of consciousness from the pain. I did not die upon the cross. As we have spoken earlier, that lifetime is ongoing. I allowed myself to remember that the Holy Christ is not the body, cannot be killed, cannot be finished, but is forever ongoing. And my ministry continues unto this day and beyond, as yours does. For the Father asks all of the seemingly separate aspects of the one Holy Child to serve in the atonement, until all awaken in the remembrance that that which has seemed to be has not been, in truth, and the isness of love which has been forgotten has always been the truth of your being. Our ministry continues until the atonement is complete. Good Friday and the Crucifixion. Matthew 27, 1 through 50, Mark 15, 1 through 37, Luke 23, 1 through 46, John 18, 29 through 40, and 19, 1 through 30. Now, beloved one, I would speak with you about the Holy Week before Easter and the day you know as Good Friday, for you were touched by happenings in that Holy Week. You have come now into this point of focus, this lifetime, changed because of what occurred in that Holy Week and that holy day. You were present, and you have kept a memory with you throughout what you would see as a lineage of lifetimes. It has brought you to this place now of willingness to search, to remember who you are, the Christ incarnate, walking the face of the Holy Mother of the earth, interacting with the Holy Mother, interacting with all the energies upon this plane, interacting with the brothers and sisters, and knowing joy in the interaction, no longer oppressed by the world. This was my message in that day and time, and it is a message which you have carried with you as a spark of remembrance, gently nudging you to search, to seek to read, to study, discuss, to go to the ends of the earth, if it takes that, to find the Master who will ignite for you once again the remembrance. You have found that Master, and I do not speak of one Jeshua. I speak of the Master within you. You have found the Master within you which ignites the spark of remembrance, speaking softly yet persistently of the Christ which you are, guiding you through the experience of your Good Friday. In the very early hours of what has come to be known as Good Friday, I was brought before Pontius Pilate, the governor of the province, appointed by Rome to keep order in Jerusalem. It was a difficult task, as there was many groups of people of varying beliefs and religious practice living in Jerusalem, and the scepter of world power weighed heavily on their minds and in their values. When I was brought before Pontius Pilate for judgment, the interaction between us touched his soul very deeply, and it affected all the other lifetimes which linearly he acted for himself. Every one who was there, seen and unseen, was touched. Pontius Pilate washed his hands of me quite literally. He washed his hands and said, "Do what you need to do, but his blood will not be upon me." So the multitude in their ignorance, the high priest in their ignorance and in their divine wisdom said, "We will accept the blood upon our hands. We will accept the responsibility for this." Pontius Pilate had tried to release me, for he knew that this was a time of celebration, the Passover, and there was a tradition of releasing a prisoner during that time. So he asked, "Who would you have released?" Now there was one who was a very well-known rabble-rouser, great energy, a man by the name of Barabbas. And Pilate said, "Would you have me release this Jeshua, who has committed no crime as far as I can see, or Barabbas?" And the multitude cried for Barabbas. "Give us Barabbas." It is the way of the world, and the world had its way in that time. So Barabbas was released, much to his great astonishment, for he had already been making his plans for the hereafter, and I was given over to the soldiers once again, and the soldiers had great sport with me. It was the practice that before one was to be crucified, he would be scourged, beaten with whips. This was for the purpose of weakening the body, so that the crucifixion, the time upon the cross until the deceasement of the body, did not take so long. So I was whipped and scourged. Now this was something that I knew how to withstand. I knew how to allow the body to be at a distance and not to feel the physical sensation. When I had studied with many of the masters in other lands, there had been trials, times of testing, when the body would be put through what could have been felt as great pain. And by practice, it didn't happen the first time, by practice, I knew how to disassociate myself from the sensation of the body. So I did this during the whipping, but the body itself suffered loss of blood. And when it came time to go to the place of the skull, Golgotha, to the place where the crucifixion would occur, I willed the body to carry the cross, and yet the body, being so weakened, could not support the cross. Now the cross was made of 2 great timbers nailed together, tall enough that the body of a 6-foot man could easily be hung from it, and still have room to spare from where the feet would be to where the earth, and a good pit into the earth to support the beam would be. They did not put it in what you would see as 6 inches into the ground. It was in several feet of depth. The cross itself was sizable, rough-hewn of timber, and it weighed a good bit. Imagine, if you will, how it would feel to drag 2 great beams on a dirt path up a hill. I willed the body to do it, but yet it was not willing. And so one strong person by the name of Simon of Cyrene was forced by the soldiers to help me carry the cross. That one knew great love. That one willingly helped me. That one is and was my brother. That one had agreed, even before the incarnation of that lifetime, that he would be in that time and place in order to serve in that specific way. On the hill known as the place of the skull, the crosses were laid on the ground, and I was nailed to the cross with great heavy spikes. Not small nails, for indeed that would not support the weight of the man, but great heavy spikes, which made large holes in the hands and feet. Now you have known crucifixion. You have known crucifixion emotionally in this lifetime and others, where you have felt yourself nailed to the cross. But more than that, you have known physical crucifixion. For when I speak to you of the great spike in the palm of the hand, what does it feel like? You can feel a sensation. What does it feel like to have a great spike driven in just below the ankle? What does that feel like? You can feel it. You have been there. I say this to you not to be gruesome. But I say this to you to allow you to know that you have experienced much more than just what is this path of focus, this lifetime, and you have come through physical crucifixion to this place of awareness now with great strength. For crucifixion did not cause you to cease being. The physical crucifixion, you deceased the body. Then what did you do? You turned around and made another body. Emotional crucifixion, they have not caused you to cease being. At that time, they felt like they were death itself. But they have not deceased you. Here you are, gaining strength from every crucifixion. With me upon the hill were 2 other being crucified, ones who had been caught in the act of thievery, ones who had been condemned to crucifixion. For the ones who they were robbing were highly placed, and they demanded the crucifixion penalty. These ones I saw as my brothers. I knew that they did not deserve the crucifixion, for crucifixion is the most painful way of deceasing the body. It is slow. It is torturous. One of the brothers on the cross asked of me, truly wanting, hoping that I could save him, "If you are the Son of God, as you have said that you are, save yourself and us as well." It sounded like a taunt, but underlying it was the hope that perhaps, even at that moment, I could work a miracle and save all of us. And the brother on the other side of the cross next to me rebuked the first one and said, "Do not say such a thing, for indeed we have gone against the rules and we have been caught. But this one is innocent. He has not done anything, and perhaps he will be a good word in with our Father." In other words, he didn't want to ruin his hopes for the afterlife. Perhaps I could do something. If I could not do it then on the cross, maybe afterwards I could help. And I said to them that even though the pain was so great, the physical pain, "Today truly you will be with me in paradise. You will know the freedom from physical pain, but more than that, you will know the freedom from the pain of the soul. Today you will be in paradise with me." The ones attending the crucifixion watched. It has been called a multitude, but I would not call it quite that. It was not the multitude which you have depicted upon the hillsides. It was a grouping, but this was early in the day. The crucifixion itself took place on what was the 3rd hour of the morning. 3 hours after daybreak. As we were allowed to hang, suspended by the spikes, all 3 of us have been weakened by the scourging. All 3 of us have suffered some of the taunts, some of the comments. We were allowed to hang there in full view so that ones could witness our deceasement. I felt the energy of the ones so gathered, and it was a mixture of energy. Some saw it as a spectator sport, something to watch, entertainment perhaps, a diversion from the daily activity. Can you imagine such an attitude? It is hard for you to imagine that now, but I will say unto you that there have been lifetimes when you have found such sport to be a diversion and entertainment, and did not feel any resonance, any affinity with the ones going through the experience. There was in that grouping a sense of power, ones who were reveling in the illusion of feeling power over other brothers. There was also much of a confusion, ones wondering how this could happen to a teacher or a rabbi, how this could happen to one who had called forth a brother from the dead. There were ones who were yet expecting the miracle, that even though I hung upon the cross, there would be a blaze of glory, and I would come down from the cross in great light, great power, and a great miracle. And they awaited, they expected, they hoped, they wanted to see, they wanted to believe. And yet there was a great fear in them, that if someone as powerful as they saw me to be, someone as powerful as they believed me to be, could be upon that cross, seemingly gradually deceasing the body, what was going to happen to them? And there was a great feeling of fear rampant, and I could feel all of these emotions. I could feel also the love of ones who had followed me, ones who knew me as a son, for indeed my mother was there, ones who knew me as a brother, as a friend, a companion. I could feel their love and their bewilderment. I could feel all the human emotions, and there was great intensity of confusion. And I spoke to my father. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. The ones who were feeling that there was a power, temporary power, the ones who were feeling it was a great entertainment and did not feel oneness with what was going on. I spoke to my father to comfort the ones who were anticipating loss, the ones who were bewildered. Father, forgive them. Give them a sense of knowing the holy vision. Allow them to know your love once again. I spoke to my mother. I spoke to the disciple known as John. In the society of that day and time, a woman to be left alone, for indeed my earthly father Joseph had already deceased. A woman needed someone to do the things of law for her in society. So I spoke to the disciple known as John to behold his mother, and I spoke to my mother to behold her son, so that he would accept my mother as his mother and look after her, and so that she would accept John as her son and would know that he would care for her and look out for her. Then as time went on, I wanted to remind all of those so gathered at the prophecies, I wanted to remind them that what was going on was sacred. It was holy. It was not just an event of entertainment, a passing event. It was not just a political event, but it was a time of great import, a time of spiritual remembrance. So I called out, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani, which translated means, my God, why hast you forsaken me? All of you have known that feeling. All of you have come to the dark night of the soul, where you have lain perhaps at night in darkness, the physical darkness of your room, and you have listened to the voice of the world, to the voice of the ego, to the voice even of the body, which has spoken to you that perhaps this challenge which you are facing was going to be too great, and you have called out for your Father, for God, for an angel, for someone. And in your turmoil, in your sadness, in your confusion, you have not heard an answer, and you had felt forsaken. Because you have been so caught up in your turmoil and your confusion, there has not been the opportunity provided by peace to hear the still small voice of the Father. Did I feel in that moment that I had been forsaken by my Father? No, I did not. I have known always that I am one with my Father. I have known always that I am that I am. That is what it means to know oneness with the Father. It is no great complexity. I am that I am. I am. I am alive. I am conscious. I am energy. The Father is the isness of that which I am. I did not feel abandoned by my Father, forsaken, but it was to remind all the ones who would hear, all the ones who would record for generations upon generation. It was to remind you of the writing of a certain song of David which prophesies the fulfillment of Scripture. For if you will go to what is numbered now in your Scriptures as the 22nd Psalm, and you will read, you will see prophesied what I experienced in the day known as the Holy Friday. So I cried out, beginning to recite the Scripture, so that all could hear and all could remember that it had been foretold. Some thought that I cried out in great pain, pain of my soul that I felt forsaken. Some thought that I cried out to Elias to come and save me. But it was to remind you of the Song of David, which set out in great detail and symbolism that which I experienced on Good Friday. After a certain length of time, I knew that the body was becoming weak enough that the deceasement would be easy. And I said, I thirst. Now, I did not thirst in the physical way. Already the vinegar with the painkiller had been offered to me, for ones knew that the crucifixion is a slow and torturous way of deceasing the body, and it was offered to ones being crucified that they could drink of the sponge that contained a bitter vinegar with a painkiller in it to ease some of the pain. I had refused that previously. I did not need it. I did not refuse it out of great macho-ness. I refused it because I did not need it. But when I said I thirst, it was to speak that I thirst to know once again the oneness, the harmony, the peace, the love, the allness, the healing of my soul, the communion of my soul with all that is. I thirst to drink from the fountain which is eternally nourishing the soul. That is what I meant. But one of the soldiers came and offered me the sour vinegar once again, and I took at that time to please him. And I spoke that, it is finished. For I knew that the demonstration then was quite visible. The crowd had been gathered for another good 3 hours, in fact, more than that. It had been 6 hours that we had been upon the cross. And from the time of the 6th hour until the 9th hour, there was a gathering darkness upon the face of our Holy Mother the earth. And in the 9th hour I knew that the body was sufficiently weakened that I could be deceased, and I said, it is finished. When I have set out to do in this portion of this lifetime is completed, and I said, Father, into your hands I commend my spirit. In other words, Father, here I come with all of my consciousness once again into your presence. Into your hands symbolically and into the awareness of your presence I commend my spirit. And I deceased the body for all to see. For there had to be no doubt that the body had suffered, that the body had gone through the physical weakening, that the body was deceased. The happenings on the day known as Good Friday are symbolic of your journey. It is a journey which you have made throughout many lifetimes. And as you will read your scripture of what occurred on that day, and you will look for deeper meaning, you will find that it is a description of your journey even in this day and time. And what will come as the next chapter in your story? The next chapter is known as your Easter. It also is symbolic of your journey. For in truth you stand upon the threshold of your own Easter. You stand upon the threshold of your conscious awareness that you are not held by any worldly belief upon any cross of the world's making. You cannot be contained within a tomb of the world's making. Then you come to the place of a full realization of the Christ which you are, incarnate, powerful, love-expressing. Beloved and holy child of the Father, it is finished. Today you are with me in paradise. Ministry to self. Beloved friend, I would speak with you now about ministry, your ministry to the one self which we are. Now the ministry to self will require something from you. In other words, you will have to be a doer. You will have to choose whom you will serve. Will you serve the world with its limited belief and its limited image, or will you serve the higher self of you? Ministry to the one self will ask you to be in conscious awareness of the divinity of all which happens in you and through you. Ministry to the one self requires of you that you choose to be awake, that you choose to know holy vision. Ministry to self means, first of all, ministry to self, the individuality as you see yourself. It means ministering to the body, listening to it, taking care of it, nourishing it. It means ministering to the emotions of the self of you, listening to the feeling, acknowledging them, and nurturing them with understanding and allowance. And ministry to self means listening to the voice of the soul, acknowledging its deeper desires, and seeking out whatever is good, whatever is true, whatever is beautiful. Choose as often as it is possible to spend your moments in peace in a state of upliftment. Choose to speak words which are of love. Choose to speak words to yourself which are of love, not of condemnation or reproach. Choose as often as possible to look upon every experience with holy vision and to bless it with your remembrance of the divine creativity which has brought it forth. Choose to read that which is uplifting. Choose to be in the space of the consciousness which allows you to feel expanded, to feel unlimited, to touch the place of the Christ of you. As you have heard the call of the body to be nourished, recognize that the soul of you calls out to be fed. Feed it with that which is uplifting, that which speaks of eternality, of beauty, of peace. Choose to be friends of like mind. Now that does not mean that you will not be with other brothers and sisters in service. You will. But choose for the nourishment of your soul, as often as possible, to be with ones who are living in the place of upliftment. And do not judge the other ones as you are in service with them. For ministry to self will see you in service to the brothers and sisters. You will behold in their questing something which you are also wanting to have answered. For all of the brothers and sisters have but the same purpose, the purpose of awakening, wanting to know who they are, wanting to remember love. Ministry to self will ask of you that you share what you have as tangible items, the clothing, the food, the household goods, with another brother or sister for the comfort of the body. But more importantly, ministry to self will ask of you to share with them what you are remembering, that which is allowing you now to choose for joy. For the brothers and sisters, many of them in their completion are going through challenges which feel sorrowful and heavy and confusing. Share with the brothers and sisters what you are remembering. Share with them a sentence, an idea. It does not have to be a whole soapbox. You do not have to preach to them, but share with them an uplifting idea. Share with them something which has been revealed to you in that day or the previous day, which has allowed you to come up higher. Allow them to claim the spiritual food for their soul as well. For their soul is crying out for nourishment, the same as yours. And as you find yourself coming up higher, feeling more wholesome, more holy, you find that you have more and more to share with the brothers and sisters. You will find that you have more and more of the tangible goods somehow coming to you and flowing through you to give to another one. And you will find that you have more and more of the revelation to share with them, more and more of the soul food. Do not be afraid to share with the brothers and sisters a word of encouragement, an idea which has come to you, which has been allowed to come up out of the pit and to see once again the sunshine, the light of your own radiance, and thus to feel, yes, life is worth living. Do not be afraid to share with them information about gathering, workshops, places you have gone where you have found upliftment. Invite them to come with you to a group where you can partake of the love, the companionship, the communion of the oneself. A gathering where they will be welcomed and we will have an opportunity to remember our Father's love. Now, you may invite and they may not choose. They may have yet what they see as a completion to do, but at least you will have put the choice in front of them. They will at least know that there is something available. And if you say, no, I cannot come yet, I must go and finish whatever, at least they will know that there is a place where they can come and be nurtured by being in the presence of one such as you. Do not hold back, for in holding back you are judging. You are in a place of fear which says, what if I suggest that perhaps they would like to come to a certain gathering or read a certain book? And what if they say no? What if they think that I'm strange? What if? What if? What is the bottom line of that? It is judgment of self, your judgment of yourself that says, perhaps they will not see what I have to offer as being good enough. Perhaps they will not see me as being good enough. Perhaps I will see myself as not being good enough. You have habitually attributed the judgment of your value to someone else outside of you. But at the bottom line, the evaluation abides with you and its judgment, however subtle. And it is the fear which comes from the judgment which keeps you in a place of saying, well, I couldn't mention that to my neighbor. I know he's going through a lot right now. I talked with him a little bit, and I might offer an idea to him, but he would probably say no, and maybe I'd better not say anything. You have all been in a place of holding back. Allow yourself now to move beyond that place, to step out in the ministry of self, to be courageous. What does it matter if they say no? In truth, it is not a judgment of you they have made, although typically you have heard it as a judgment of you. When they say no, it is because they are choosing to complete whatever they feel they need to complete, to be wherever they feel they need to be, and do whatever they see at the time to be necessary to do. It is not a judgment of you, and do not judge them. So if you make a suggestion and say, no, not yet, in truth, that is what they are saying, no, not yet. For in time, the Holy Child will choose to awaken and come home. But the choice is a free choice as to when in time. You do not know another's path, nor do you know what on their path they are yet feeling needs to be completed. Offer your truth freely, and if it is not received, well, that is okay. You will then take your truth somewhere else and offer it to someone else, as I did with my ministry. The disciples and I, when we walked into a village, if ones were receptive, we stayed and we shared. We taught and we healed. If they were not receptive, we blessed them and knew that in time, such as we see now, this present time to be, they would come with a hungering and a thirsting within and would want to know. But meantime in that life, I shook the dust off my sandals and walked to the next village. So if there is one who refuses your gift, say to them, "Okay," and go to the next one. No judgment of self or of the other one. Allow your gift to be freely offered. Freely you have been given from the Father, life, the true being of you. Freely you have been given your divine birthright of joy. Freely offer it to the brothers and sisters. In truth, everyone you meet has invited you to be in their presence. Nothing happens by accident. Everything happens by invitation. Therefore, share with the self the good news. Share with self the path of the ministry that you're on, ministry to your own awakening. I bless you in your ministry to the one self, for as you have chosen the path of awakening and the path of ministry to self, you have chosen to minister unto me, the Christ. It is a choice not taken lightly, and yet it is always taken in light. Choosing your disciples. Now, beloved one, as you are ready to begin your ministry to self, you are in the process of coming out of your own wilderness. You have done battle with the voice of the ego. You have done battle with the voice of the brothers and sisters, of the mate who would question, the parents and friends who have different beliefs. You stand upon the threshold now of coming out of the wilderness and beginning your ministry, the ministry to the awakening Christ of you and of the brothers and sisters. Now, in doing this, you will want to ask for help. In truth, you are never alone. Although separated ego will speak about you are most alone at whatever decision you have to make, you are often required to make it without guidance, without information, without support. Ask for help. Ask for companionship. For what did I do when I came out of the wilderness to begin my ministry? I chose ones to be companion with me. I chose my disciples. And the first one whom I chose was Simon Peter, a man of great physical strength, a man of great inner strength, a man of faith, one who, when he accepted an idea and took it into his heart, went forward in faith. That is the first disciple I would suggest you choose and call to be companion, the disciple of faith. I am choosing to do this ministry. I don't know how it is going to unfold. I don't know where it is going to take me. I am willing. I am committed. I have faith. Please, faith, walk with me. And the second disciple I choose was Andrew, signifying strength, giving strength to the faith which you now have claimed. Call upon Andrew as that aspect which will strengthen your faith. You have said, I am willing, I am committed. I have faith that I am going to do what needs to be done. Now I will strengthen it with the aspect known as Andrew. The next two disciples whom I choose were James and John. James signifying the wisdom which you want to have to guide the strength of faith, and John the quality of love. John symbolizes for you the love which is eternal, the isness of your divine nature. It is the reality of you. You are the creative love brought forth now into manifest form, seemingly to go upon the adventure known as ministry, to take you to the awakening which in truth has already happened. So now you have the disciples, Simon Peter, Andrew, James, and John. And the next one, which I called to myself as I suggest that you do, was Philip, who also symbolizes love. Love in specific action upon this plane, known as brotherly love. It is an aspect, quality of the eternal love which you have brought into action upon this plane. The love of brother, to sister, and sister to sister, and to brother, all taken under the heading of brotherly love, compassion perhaps. Brotherly love, compassion is most necessary in your ministry. You have claimed the companionship of faith. You have strengthened that faith. You have called forth wisdom to guide the faith. You have called upon your eternal nature of love, and you have then brought love into this specific reality to offer it in service to the brothers and sisters. Do you discern the progression? The next disciple whom I called a companionship was the disciple Bartholomew. Bartholomew symbolizes imagination, a most important quality as you are setting out upon a new ministry. I will go forth in faith, and I will dream dreams, and I will allow all of the limitations of what I have thought reality to be released. I will imagine what this ministry can be, and whenever I seem to come to a boundary, I will use Bartholomew once again to imagine how the ministry can evolve beyond the boundary. I will imagine. I will dream dreams. And the next disciple whom I chose was Thomas, symbolizing understanding. For you will call for understanding to help you integrate and implement what imagination shows you. Thomas, as understanding, brings that which you have imagined to a place where you can begin to manifest it in this dimension and begin to understand how it can be done. The next disciple named in your scripture is Matthew, the publican. Matthew was a collector of the public revenue, a tax collector, and a very conscientious one. Matthew used his power of will, of intent, first with its focus upon worldly business, but later, having had a revelation, he used his ability to serve the Spirit. The quality of willpower, of intent, is important to your ministry. For as you have faith, then you have imagination to see where faith is taking you, and you have understanding as to how the vision may be manifest. Then you call upon Matthew as the quality of willpower and intent to go forth with a vision. The next disciple whom I chose was James ben Alphaeus, who in addition to being a good friend was a cousin to me. James ben Alphaeus symbolizes order, for with imagination and understanding comes the question, how do I do this now? Of the parts which I have seen with the imagination, which part comes first? What order of manifestation will bring the vision idea into effect? So you will want to call upon James ben Alphaeus to help you with ordering how it will go. Next, I chose Thaddeus, symbolizing renunciation. Renunciation is a most important quality, for you will need to renounce the limitations of the world, to renounce all limited belief. I say unto you, what good will it do to you have all the imagination of Bartholomew, if you do not renounce the voice of limited belief which says, you can't do that. You've dreamed dreams before. What makes you think this is different? Call upon Thaddeus to help you in renouncing the belief patterns which have restricted you upon this point. Separated ego may speak doubts, but you will say, get behind me. I will renounce you and go forth. The next disciple whom I called was Simon the Canaanite. He was also known as Simon the Zealot, for he was most energetic. He desired to see the vision which had been awakened in his heart by some of the teachings and readings he had done. He wanted to see those ideas made manifest, and he was most enthusiastic about them. Enthusiasm, zeal, is important as a quality in your ministry, for as you will renounce the voice of the world and the questioning of the ego, you will want to have enthusiasm to carry you forth into what you now know to be possible. Zeal is a creative energy necessary to manifestation. And the next disciple is one you know well, Judas Iscariot, also known as a zealot. Judas belonged to a group which was most interested in establishing a new order upon this plane to manifest a better world. And he wanted most fervently to see what he knew in his heart could be, for he grasped the vision of a better world. Judas was the business person of the group. He held the gold coins, and he was the one who would pay what needed to be paid. He made arrangements for what was required, and he knew his way in the world. Knowing how to get things done will be all important in the ministry. For what good will it do for you to have all faith, Peter, strength and faith, Andrew, all wisdom, James, and love, John, brotherly love and compassion, Philip, imagination, Bartholomew, understanding, Thomas, willpower and intent, Matthew, order, James ben Alphaeus, renunciation, Thaddeus, and even enthusiasm, Simon the Canaanite, if you don't carry through and manifest the vision? You have seen ones of the brothers and sisters who have the greatest ideas, much enthusiasm, much talk, but they do not finish any project. Judas symbolizes the ability to network in the world to get things done. He is the one who takes the quality of enthusiasm shared with Simon the Zealot and gets the project done. Now, in truth, you have all the disciples with you at any given moment. They are always available to you. First, as you would see personalities, as individuations of the Christ energy, to be called upon as companions. And more importantly, they are qualities within you. The aspects and qualities with each one symbolizes are within you. They are the disciples to the one self of you, always willing and ready and available to be companion upon this path known as ministry to yourself. So call upon them, please. Know you how it feels to be willing to be a friend to someone, and you would share with that friend all the truth which have come to your awareness, all the joy, all the peace, the wisdom, but the friend does not ask you to help. They are determined that they will go their way, and you can see perhaps that there is a boulder in front of them, and you would call out to them, Why don't you turn a bit to the left or to the right? Watch your step, but they don't ask. The disciples are ready and willing and want to share with you, but you do have to ask. You do have to ask. You have to shift your focus of attention to a place which allows them to have communication with you. It is the same as with your friend. Finally, perhaps, the friend gets to a place where they say, "Oh, but have you ever been in a situation? What did you do?" And then you say, "I was hoping you would ask," and you share with them. The disciples are ready to be, desire to be, are waiting to be a companion with you in this ministry. Call upon them, commune with them, laugh with them, question. Throw your question up to them. Say, "What should I do now? Have you ever been in this situation?" Chances are they have been there. Chances are they might have a hint of suggestion to give to you. You never have to travel the road alone. Ask of your disciples. Ask them to be consciously with you each day. When you awaken in the morning, before you take the head from the pillow, speak to the 12 so named and the qualities they represent and ask, "Which one of you or several want to be my companion in this day?" Or perhaps you will ask, "Which one of you am I going to need in this day?" And be consciously aware of their companionship as you go throughout your activities. Remember to breathe, for when you breathe, it allows the companionship to be claimed consciously. Now, beloved one, I would share with you that the 12 so named are not the only disciples, and the disciples were not all male. There were many female disciples who served me well, and there are many of feminine nature who served you as well. For in truth there are many qualities, more than 12, which you call into play as your ministry evolves. I would suggest to you an exercise of contemplation. In a quiet moment, ask for a disciple, feminine in nature, to reveal herself to you. Do you know the one called Lydia, the one who represents intuition? Always she is with you, and many times you call upon her quality. Know you Joanna, Elizabeth, Susanna, Rachel, Rebecca, Mary, Martha, Naomi, Ruth? Call upon the others of the feminine disciples. There are many whom you know well, names which you have forgotten, put aside into consciousness, for there has been a collective agreement to focus upon the male disciples. You have agreed that in playing of the script in this time there would be a focus upon the father, the masculine, but there is a growing wave of awareness of the feminine. Not as a replacement, for you have done that. You have experienced the script where the feminine was dominant. Now you are bringing into play a balance and awareness of your wholeness. At the present stage in your process, it will be beneficial for you to begin to list the qualities of disciples which you already acknowledge within yourself. Make a list. Actually write a list, and add to it as you claim another quality of a disciple. Now I hear you saying, "Jeshua, I don't know what qualities I have." Since it is oftentimes easier to behold qualities in another one, you can begin by acknowledging qualities you see in your brothers and sisters. Call a friend to your mind and write down the quality or qualities this one represents for you. What about them comes to your mind first? Then think upon another friend and write down the quality that one suggests to you. Do this with a number of your friends and acquaintances, even public figures and so-called celebrities. What qualities do they bring to your mind? And then ask of yourself, do I have this quality? And if the answer is yes, even in a small amount as you see it, write it on your list. In addition, there is an exercise you can do when you have a number of your friends actually present with you. Give each friend a piece of paper and instruct them to write their name at the top of the paper. Include yourself in this exercise. Then each one will choose a partner, a friend to work with momentarily. Give the piece of paper with your name on to the one you are interacting with. In other words, you will exchange papers. As you look upon the one whose paper you now hold, write the quality that this one exhibits to you. Even if you do not know this one well, write a quality that you see. And when you have written, fold the paper over so that the quality which has been written is now covered up, and then give the paper back to its owner. Now you will move on to another friend. Exchange the papers once again, and write on the folded piece of paper a quality which you see in this new partner. What does this one represent to you? What is the quality that is most outstanding, most obvious to you, although perhaps for them it may be hidden quality? When you have written, fold the paper over once again so that the quality is contained therein. And now find you another one with whom to interact. Again, exchange the paper and write on this one's paper the quality of that friend which is most obvious to you. What do you know or intuit about them? What comes to mind? And when you have finished, fold the paper over and give it back to the one whose name is at the top of it. Continue the exercise until all who are present have had opportunity to interact with each other. Then with all who finished, and the papers have been turned to the ones with whose name is at the top, open the paper and read what has been written. In some cases you will find similarities. In other cases you will see that there are qualities which you do not yet know about yourself. Now you have the beginning of a list of qualities of companions, disciples who will walk with you on the journey always. Acknowledge the disciples who are within you. Call them into your conscious awareness. They will serve you well. Already they are with you. Always they have been with you. It cannot be otherwise. They stand at the door of your heart and your conscience and knock. Allow them to come in and sup with you, to converse with you, to journey with you. For the ministry of which we have spoken is not a ministry of solitariness and separation. It is a ministry to the oneself, a journey in the realization of oneness. You have much company. All is available to you. Ask, and it shall be given unto you. You are my disciple. In the ministry to self, you, beloved one, are my disciple. I would send you forth from this day forward to go as my disciple, to preach with love, to heal the sick, to raise the dead, to do miracles. Yes, I am calling upon you to do miracles, and you are ready. Preach my gospel, which is yours as well, that the kingdom of heaven is at hand. It is right here, right now. It is not something afar off, a place which one has to strive to make themselves worthy for, to live a certain way within a religious order, to hold a certain belief, a philosophy, belong to the right group, and then when the body is laid down they will ascend unto heaven. Heaven is in the midst right now. Heaven is a joy which is your divine birthright in nature. Heaven is the holiness and innocence of the holy child. Heaven is the true essence of you. It is within you, and you carry it with you always. You can choose to put the focus of attention upon other activities and other affairs, and often you have done that. But heaven has always been only a choice away. It has always been with you. Preach the gospel of heaven right now, here upon earth. Allow the words to come forth as guidance directs. And if there are no words, stand and be the presence of heaven. In other words, no matter what is coming down on the right side and left side of you, no matter what chaos there can be in the world, no matter if someone is right up in your face perhaps, stand and be the presence of heaven. How do you do that? You realize that the drama of human life is a script. The brothers and sisters are playing their script, beautifully written and beautifully acted, and as they give forth their lines, you may stand and be present of heaven and applaud, either outwardly or silently, their rendition of those lines. Heal the sick. How do you do that? Again, by being the presence of great love, by being the presence of truth, by healing, first of all, the spirit of that one, allowing that one to know that he or she is loved, that in truth he or she has never left the love of the Father and is always cared for. As you allow that truth to be acknowledged and reclaimed, then you will see miracles of healing in the body. But first it comes from healing the soul, healing the belief in separation, which has been carried for many, many lifetimes. Hold the vision of the truth of their being, holy, whole, perfect, so intensely, vibrantly that they have an opportunity to catch the vision. Be you the presence of love. Know that one who is in pain, in suffering with the body, in truth is the Christ, and that Christ does not suffer. Look you beyond the appearance. Facilitate the comfort of the appearance. In other words, if there is something to be done on the physical level that will make the body more comfortable, of course do that. For you all have experienced that when the body is calling out in great pain, the still small voice has a bit of a problem being heard. So do what is necessary for the comfort of the body as much as you know how to do, and then go beyond the appearance to knowing the wholeness of the soul. And allow that knowing to be so contagious, vibrationally, there is opportunity for that one to reclaim it and remember. The healings which are recorded in your Holy Scripture were manifest in this manner. There was a vibration, an energizing, a knowing which was most contagious, and the ones who had the eyes to see, the ears to hear, and whose plan for that lifetime included healing in this manner, were the ones who remembered their wholeness and were healed. Now in truth, I did not heal anyone. In truth, you will not heal anyone. First of all, everyone is already whole or holy from before time. Secondly, they will claim it. That is how the healing comes about. but you, because of the great power of your knowingness, of knowing the holiness of the one and the Christ of that one. You will offer them opportunity for vibrational upliftment, and there will be opportunity to heal. It is the same with raising the dead. I say unto you, the most important raising of the dead is to raise the ones who are dead in awareness. You have them all around you. You have even felt dead yourself from time to time. You have felt very low, depressed, worried, constricted. Many of your brothers and sisters are calling out to be raised from the tomb of worldly belief. The spirit of life is joy, as valuable, as hopeful as almost dead within them. They do not think there could be another way to live, to come truly alive. How do you raise the dead? By being the presence of heaven once again. By being the presence of hope, of love, of joy, of truth, of optimism. They can then see that you are living a human experience the same as they are. Sometimes your body hurts. Sometimes the golden coins seem to be elusive. They can understand, they can relate. Furthermore, they know that you can relate because you have come through similar experiences. The operative words here are, come through. You allow them to see that you know the pits, and I've experienced how that feels. I even chose to stay in the pits for a while. I wanted to know it really well. But then there was a glimmer of light and idea. Something came to me. I didn't even ask for it. I didn't think I could ask for it, but it came anyway. And it kept coming, and it kept coming back until I actually looked at it, and it was a bit of hope. It was a guidance to call someone, to get out of doors and to walk. I'm not going far. I'll just go out and I'll sniff the air. That's all I'm going to do. And as you walked out of the door and you took 10 paces perhaps, there was a change which came over you. And as you walk out of the door of the old restrictive consciousness and take a few steps into the new way of looking at things, a change comes over you. Encourage the brothers and sisters to live life, to come truly alive, perhaps by small steps at first. Encourage them to try new ideas, to look for the good, the joy which the Father has for them. Encourage them by example. Go forth as my disciple. Preach the gospel, heal the sick, raise the dead. Freely you have received, freely give. Worship. John 4:20-24. I would speak with you now about the meaning of worship, and why there has been, down through the ages, a calling within you to worship. For truly there is a calling deep within you to which you are responding, a calling which you have felt for countless ages of time, a calling deep within you which recognizes there is something more than what you see yourself to be as the individual, something more than what you see as the world around you and all of its activity. In a long time ago, in the evolution of a specific focus, your identification with specific creation, you allowed a dimming of your remembrance of the Father, the Creator, and you began to look outside of yourself for your source. There was a calling to worship the god or gods, the goddesses, the forces of nature, anything which was not understood or was perceived to be greater than you, and certain concepts are still held today. True worship means to recognize worth, for indeed your word worship is a shortened form of worth-ship. Look it up in your book of words. It comes from the root meaning the same as worth or value. Now, for a long, long time, you have worshipped that which you saw of worth beyond yourself, not recognizing it within yourself and not seeing too much of worth in the brothers and sisters, except the ones who could claim themselves to be the next to God or next to me, in a hierarchy that placed them a bit higher than you and in connection with God. For the last 2,000 years in your timing, I have been placed upon a pedestal by many of you. Not all who are activating the bodies and walking the face of our Holy Mother the Earth hold to this lineage, but many have placed me far above themselves, seen me as the very Son of God, which I am, and putting themselves down, not understanding that we are truly brothers. Have I wanted to be worshipped? Yes, but not in the way of duality which would say that I am above you and separate and far off from you. I wanted to be worshipped in equality, and not an equality which would take me down from the right hand of God the Father, but rather would raise you up. Now it is time to worship with true understanding, to worship yourself as well as me. Yes, I do want to be worshipped in what I want you to understand and recognize, and realize my true worth as the holy child of the Father, and I want you also to recognize your true worth and to raise yourself up in that understanding and realization. And by raising yourself up to that realization, then to extend all to all brothers and sisters, those activating the human form, those activating the animal form, the plants, the trees, everything that is of life. There is a recording within your scriptures where I spoke to a woman at a well, and we spoke about worship, when she remarked that her forefathers had worshipped in the mountain rather than in Jerusalem for generations. I said to her, "Woman, believe me, and I say this to you now, for you are awakening. The hour cometh when you shall neither in this mountain nor yet in Jerusalem worship the Father. For at that time it was believed that it was necessary to go to a sacred place such as a mountain or such as Jerusalem in order to worship. It is the same in this day and time when many will believe that you must go to a church, a synagogue, a religious order and place to worship. But I say unto you that you can worship the Father out on the water, out on the golf course, out in nature, even in your workplace. Think about that for a moment. Worship the Father. When I use the word Father, I used a word which is not in your language today. I used the word Abba, which strictly translated meant Father. But as you know, words have many meanings, many nuances of meaning. And the word Abba, a most wonderful word which carries with it much love, meant the source of all, the loving point of creation, or beginning, the parent, yes, the Father, yes. But more than that, what you would see just as the Father, Abba carries with it the meaning of allness. The source from which you have sprung is an extension even to this day and time. When you read the word God in your scriptures, substitute the word Abba. When you read the word Father in your scriptures, substitute in your mind the word Abba and know that it means much more. It is not a strict translation. To continue, I said unto her, Believe me, the hour cometh, when you shall neither in this mountain, nor yet at Jerusalem worship the Father. You worship you know not what. This has been true for a very long time. There is a deep feeling within one to worship. It is indeed the feeling of wanting to come home. It is the feeling of wanting to awaken. It is the feeling of wanting to realize truly who you are. That feeling has led to a perceived need to worship. And down through the ages, worship then has taken many forms, many ceremonies, many rituals, much done in separation. But the motivation for worship has come from that deep inner desire to know Abba, to know your source, to know and realize your true being. And for so long you have worshipped that which you know not. But the hour cometh, and now is, when the true worshipper shall worship the Father in spirit and in truth, for the Father seeketh such to worship him. Now the Father does not want to go out as a parent trying to find the child so that the child may worship him. Abba does not go out seeking you to remember him and to worship him as something beyond and above and greater than you. But Abba does go out as an energy field, as a magnet, that is good analogy, seeking you in your heart of hearts to respond to that magnetic energy, to awaken, and to worship him truly. In other words, to come to the true understanding of your worth. To worship him, yes, to recognize and know the worth of Abba, but also to know your worth as an extension of that dynamic, expanding energy. The isness characterized, as we have spoken many times, by the concept of love. God is spirit, and they that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. Now when it is spoken that God, Abba, is spirit, it means that it is energy beyond what is known in this plane. That is why the word spirit was used. It meant that which is beyond what is known here in this reality. For you speak of the spirits of the loved ones who have gone on. You speak of the spirits of the guardian angels. You speak of the spirits of the ancestors. You speak of spirits as being beyond this plane of reality. Abba, God the Father, is spirit and must be worshipped in spirit. In other words, you must recognize his true meaning in order to worship Abba. You must recognize that which is beyond this reality. You must catch a glimpse of how extended, how unlimited it is, and recognize the worth of that unlimited extension to the place where there is a great, great awe and celebration. That is true worship. All other worship is a vain ritual. All other worship is empty words. You have come through lifetimes, even in this lifetime, of knowing ceremonies and rituals where you would say over and over the correct words, and yet you did not feel your heart was touched or open. When you come to the place of the true realization of your worth, when you come to the place of the true realization of what it means to be an extension of Abba, then you live in worship. Your life becomes a daily activity of worship, not having to go down on the knees and to worship in that way, but beholding the Christ in everyone. True worship, then, becomes a way of life, an ongoing understanding of true worth. It is not just something that you do on one day of the week, one day of the month, one day or two out of the year, which are set aside as sacred holidays. It is what you do in every day as you begin to realize who and what you are, beloved and wonderful child of the Father. A personal God. Beloved one, I have heard you wondering, even hoping beyond what seemed possible, if there is a personal God for you. Someone who would care about you and your feelings and affairs as they affect you personally. And I have good news for you. Yes, there is. But not in the sense which has been taught you down through the ages in your religious, philosophical traditions, a teaching which would hold your God to be an entity separate and above you. Is there a personal God who is in alignment with the concept and the truth that I and the Father are one? Yes. And you stand upon the threshold now of claiming the understanding of the true personal God to whom you can pray, to whom you can speak, and who will speak to you, and you will know a personal love once again. I and the Father are one. You and the Father are one. You would not be if you were not already one with the Father, with the creative energy, the creative principle, the life principle, the isness. You would not be. The personal God awaits your acknowledgement that you are not separate from the totality of you. Now, in truth, you do a miracle every day of bringing a focus of attention into specificity. It is a miracle what you do, to specifically hone that focus to the place where you say, I am, a name which you have given to yourself. I have a certain profession, a way I earn the golden coins. I am activating a male or female body. I am certain years in my timing, I am going to do X, Y, Z in this day, and you have a focus of attention upon a specific choice at any moment. It is a miracle what you do, and yet you take it all for granted. It's wonderful. As you do the specific focus, there is what you have begun to acknowledge in your philosophy and in your belief structure now called the higher self. I would not call it a higher self because that implies judgment of levels, but an expanded self which is aware of the specific focus of who you think you are, aware of what you are choosing to do in this lifetime, and aware of your true self. And furthermore, that expanded self is accessible to you at any moment for guidance, for higher wisdom or expanded wisdom. Beyond what you acknowledge now within the belief structure as the higher self is yet a more expanded self of you, a collective grouping, as you understand it in the conceptual terms of a soul group. You are part of an expanded soul group, but the other souls, as you would call them, and would identify them as being separate entities from your soul. And you don't even know what your soul is. The collective group is not separate from you. The specific focus of who you think you are right now, and could be likened unto a cell within a multi-celled organism, and the collective grouping known as the soul group would, in your conceptual terms, acknowledge that it is made up of a certain cell of intelligence, focus of attention, and yet the soul group is even but a cell of a greater entity which is you. And you are still able to access the knowing of this, the allness of you. That is how great you are. Out of that greatness has come the power which you use to have specific focus of the experience of this lifetime. You are much greater than what you see yourself as an individual to be. Now, in past experience, you have tapped into the expanded mind of you, the soul grouping, and beyond the soul grouping into another collection of what is called as the brotherhood of soul groups, and what is beyond that and beyond that and beyond that, to the place of the whole mind, capital M, the whole mind. You are well on your way to being able now to connect with the whole mind and not blow all the circuits. You stand upon the threshold of knowing that I am the power and the love and the creative principle of my Father brought into focus upon this plane for the joy of expression. And you are now desiring to tap the creative power in a way which is whole, which is balanced, and allows you to know that I am in the world, but not of the world. I have expression within this point of focus, but this is not all of me. As you begin to know, truly know, that I and the Father are one, and I bring the creative power into this point of reality, you understand that the personal God has never abandoned you, can never abandon you. You have abandoned the personal God many times over by choice because you wanted to experience how does it feel to believe myself outside of love, far from my Father's kingdom. The personal God has never forsaken you, cannot. But your understanding of the personal God has often been limited. Your personal God is you, but not the you with a small y, not the you with the very specific focus of the small self. Your personal God awaits your welcoming of it, your acknowledgement, your communication. Your personal God stands ready, willing and able to commune with you at any time, to be there, to support, to guide, to love, to show you the way home. Your personal God is with you, so personal that you can never be without it. The personal God of which we speak is beyond the personal God which you have been taught to believe in previously in this lifetime, and in other lifetimes as you have brought the religious interpretation and dogma. So, do you have a personal God? Yes, you do. It is yourself. Not the small self, but yourself, omnipresent, omnipotent, omniscient. I and the Father are one. That is your personal God which loves you as itself. Beloved one, child of our Father, most wonderful friend, abide with these words. Take them deeply into the heart of consciousness and contemplate the deeper message of love. My lifetime is still being lived with you as you journey, as you experience, as you express. Contemplate my life of long ago. Live my teachings as you understand them now to be. Open your heart to my love, for I would love you completely and ascend with me unto the remembrance of the Father's love. Mother Mary speaks on Holy Communion. Gentle ones, in the day and time when I walked this plane, first as a little girl and then as a mother, there was a teaching, a collective consciousness of the reverence for all of life. And I was taught from quite an early age to be in communion with all of life, to sit in silence with the sun, to drink in the warmth of the rays, and to feel the Father's love in the rays of the sun. I was taught to sit quietly to hear the grass growing, the flower unfolding, and I was given much encouragement by my family and my extended family, the community, to sit in silence and know the peace of true communion. Now you have a certain most beautiful ceremony which you have kept alive in your memories down through the ages, a ceremony called Holy Communion. And I would ask of you to contemplate those words, to go beyond just what the ceremony and the ritual is, to understand the meaning of Holy Communion, the awareness of the common union of the one, of the whole, of the one child of the Father. You have seen this ceremony to come out of a certain Last Supper, the feast of Passover, which my son shared with his disciples and with you and with me. For in truth there were more than just 13 in that room, and I am not just saying that there were certain servants who came and went. I am saying that there was an extended family, a family which lived together, traveled together, loved together, laughed together, supported each other when there were times of questions and times of sorrow. And in that evening, when we celebrated the feast of Passover, my son thought to give you a ceremony, as it has now become, a way of remembrance. For he said, "Do this in remembrance of me." Now he meant it for once to remember him as an individual, for he did not want to be forgotten, the same as you will want someone to remember you, to know that you have passed this way, that you have made journey and you have left some part of you within the consciousness of the collective. So he said, "Do this in remembrance of me," as one personality, one individuality, but more than that. It was a suggestion to do this in remembrance of the Christ which he exemplified, and the Christ of you, which you are remembering. He knew that there was going to be a time of appearance when it would seem that he had been taken from us, and he wanted to give to you a where you could partake of the elements, and you could be reminded of the love in that evening, and also be reminded of what they symbolized. As we are proceeding with the feast of the Passover, my son, knowing what was to be, and giving his agreement to what was to be, took the bread, and having grown up in the same collective conscience of reverence for all, the place of communion, he blessed the bread. Now, how do you bless anything? There is, first of all, a ritual where you may say a prayer, certain words which have been taught to you which seem to be a blessing. Well, that is well and good. That is a beginning, for it brings the consciousness to the place of centeredness, an awareness, if you will, that what you are embarking upon is a holy space. He took the bread and he blessed it with a prayer of oneness, a prayer of true communion, in the conscious awareness that I am one with all of life. I am one with the grain which has gone into the making of this bread. I am one with the sun which nurtured the grain as it's growing. I am one with the gentle rain which allowed the seed to grow and the grain to blossom. I am one with all who tended the grain. It was a prayer given in blessing in the silence within, a moment of true communion. And when he had blessed the bread with his conscience of oneness, and knew that the others also were in awareness of the vibration of all life, he said, Take and eat. This is my body, symbolized for you for remembrance. Take and eat ye all of it. Likewise, after the bread, he took the cup of wine, and again in a consciousness of gratitude and oneness, he blessed the cup, giving thanks for the elixir of the grape, for the process of the growth and fulfillment of the fruit of the wine, knowing oneness with all of the brothers and sisters who tended the vineyards, harvested the grapes, allowed the fruit to be brought into the form of the wine and brought to the table. He blessed it with a consciousness shared by all of those within the room, a consciousness of life and the goodness of life given of the Father. He was well aware of the beauty of life and the goodness of life, and it was not without some sacrifice that he contemplated the hours ahead. And having blessed the cup and given thanks, he instructed everyone, This is my blood, a symbol of the human life which will be shed for you. Drink ye all of it. In that day and time there was a collective understanding that when one participated in a ceremony, one was agreeing outwardly to the truth which was within. One was agreeing outwardly that I am part of the ceremony. I am part of the collective mind. That is why he said, Eat ye all of it. Drink ye all of it. In other words, claim your part in this. Claim your oneness in the ceremony of communion. So each and every one of us in the room partook of the ceremony as an outward agreement that we were one with each other and one with him. It was an agreement that we would stand by each other. It was not said in words, it was understood. The Christ was present in that room, and there were many who were caught up in the feeling of divinity. The feeling of divinity was to be challenged in the next few hours. But there was in that room, in that evening, a great sense of presence and a remembrance which did, in truth, take us through the events of the next few days. Whenever you partake of a holy ceremony, allow yourself to go deep within and to remember why you are doing it. What does it mean? And whenever you partake of any morsel of food, make it a true communion, with a blessing in the awareness of common union. Holy Communion. Do this in remembrance of me.